Hello everyone, and welcome to Launchpad number 1, the beginning of a new season with a lot of hopeful dreamers here today. We're going to be watching the first game, We's Little Furrets versus Runic Dreamers. I'm AJ Ken, I'm joined by Sloth on the desk. Do you have anything to say about this one?
First of all, I'm happy that the season's going on again, right? Qualification is starting. It's always excited when something like that happens again at the 7th season already. It's quite something, but for the matchup specifically, I do have a few things to say, and it's mainly just intriguing for me to see how this is going to be playing out because both of these teams are coming here with a very specific goal, right? We's Little Ferrets, they are coming into these qualifiers again, and they want to make it back into the league as they've played Nasty, I believe, last season. Were able to make it into playoffs, but didn't necessarily do a lot of damage in those playoffs, although they didn't finish 4th, I think. And Runic Dreamers, they themselves failed to qualify last season to make it into any of the leagues, and have now made the roster adjustments, bringing in Hamster Quest, hopefully changing that and wanting to make their push into any of the NAST leagues as well. And that's what I'm excited for, because both of these teams are coming here to find their way back in, and everyone that's playing today, obviously, is playing to find their way back in. But they specifically have goals either to improve on what they've failed to do last time, or to prove that what they did last season was not a fluke, but actually a deserving position.
Mm-hmm. And I will say, all the players in this lobby, I do feel, deserve at least Nasty. I played with a lot of these players. They are all fairly good at the game, so I'd be shocked if one of these teams gets knocked out. But we do always see those kinds of upsets happen, which is part of the exciting thing about the Launchpad. But we're going to be getting into the game here. It's going to be Demon Dias, Explosive Entrance, Hot Shot. No Juno ban nor pick, which I guess it is Demon Dias, but always surprising to see on the Hot Shot start.
Yeah, I mean, Demon Dice Hotshot, I'm careful. I'm very careful because that is always very difficult and dangerous, because Hotshot's such a chaotic starter and Demon Dice such a chaotic map. This is gonna bring a lot of back and forth continuously. And again, if you're looking at the teams as well, I feel like you have a decent amount of game plan from both sides. And even the people that aren't going Hotshot, you have Explosive Entrance, so you can just damage dump. So I think this is going to be one of the most Demon Dice games that I've seen in a hot minute, with all of the Awakenings that you're working with.
Yeah, we see immediately the Fini ban and the Zentaro ban coming out, two of the best champions, especially or strikers, I should say. When you have that Explosive Entrance start, you definitely don't want to deal with the Zentaro. And of course, Fini just being Fini on any kind of damage map. I'm kind of surprised to not see any X. I mean, I don't think the players are known for the X particularly, but it is just a quintessential pick on the map. But the teams launching in here, bright spirits here, emoting to each other. Glitchpop almost gets a barrier off Rip, but the angle wasn't quite perfect. We're seeing a lot of doubling up their Hamster Quest and X schedule, both using their primaries to try and get the clear on the core. And the dash punch from Lemon, not quite enough. Glitchpop from Angle Senpai is enough to keep it backwards. To keep it on this other side here. There you go, Angle Senpai finding the first barrier of the match.
First barrier and gaining the momentum to potentially take a second one as well as the turret comes down and unfortunately saves it, and clean strikes coming up by Hamster Quest there as well to keep the point alive and keep the barrier alive, as now they're trying to move into an attack, but it gets defended well by We's Little Furrets.
Yeah, and we see a lot of team play from these players. Coming out here. We saw a little bit at the first, but they're warming up to each other. There we go, though. Angle Senpai finding first blood here of the day. We can see a lot more that came from, but a beautiful Cyber Swipe Glitch Pop there to start things off. And a great pendulum swing there from Yin Kirby. Actually is able to secure this open goal here. Lemon going for a dribble to maintain control of the core as well as take the barrier there. Spiral Injury comes out. Core Flip as well. It's going to be enough. Not quite. Great defense there. Core Flip not enough. Angle Senpai even going in there trying to secure, but not finding it. Dash Touch countered by a Core Flip from Ripstick, but Hamster Quest gets the catch on that one. The Whiplash comes out as well. Core Flip from X Casual up to the top, but Angle is on the cover. Piercing Shot goes wide. Yin Kirby trying to get control of this, but the Glitch Pop sends it forward. Cyber Swipe as well up to the top, but Witching Beam from X Casual. Amazing clear on that one.
Yeah, they're holding on really well, but in the end, the defense from Asher, from Ridgestick, is not a match to the pressure from Hamster Quest and Yin Kirby, and that's a difficulty with Asher on a map like Demon Dice. She excels at holding the barriers. She's so good at just having these tight angles that he cannot go through, but once the goal is open, she's very difficult to play, and the side of Runic Dreamers took very good advantage of that to actually get that last goal.
Yeah, we also see another kill come out here, this time Angle being the one killed with a great tornado there from X Casual. Death Touch as well onto the Asher, trying to get things up dribble off the corner into the first barrier taken as well. Piercing shot stuns up the goalie, but doesn't get the core connection. So for now, the goal will stay closed. The Rose Warp is not enough. The Cyber Swipe pendulum sweep backwards, and Mexican will accidentally own barriers there. Lemon going to use the flurry there to also secure this open goal. Ripstick passing up to Angle in the corner with the Julie, with the glitch pop as well, but it's not enough. Mexican Casual getting it through the Witching Beam. Pendulum Swing comes out as well. Angle Senpai with the dribble. The Death Touch steals it away, but Ripstick is just way too far forward here for Yin Kirby to really get any sort of setup.
Yeah, that is the difficulty of dealing with that Asher. Asher's just going to be on top of you. Ripstick is just going to make it so difficult for Yin Kirby to do anything so in close range and just shut that down completely. But a crucial flip there will actually get the barrier down. But a KO being found by Overgrown Lemon will actually turn the tides again. Power play now for Furret.
Yeah, the Crystal Thorns almost gets it through, but Ripstick is on top of that. The Flurry comes out as well with the Firewall Sentry, the Glitch Pop, every ability invested here, so it's an opportunity for Runic Dreamers to come out here. Rose Warp invested. Yin Kirby on the field, has the Death Touch, has the Whiplash, will send it up to the top, has the Pendulum Swing, but it's going to go a little bit wide there. Unfortunately, doesn't have the size just yet. The Dash Punch comes through. Corpus a little bit too late, unfortunately. Lemon still just stuck on that one, and does end up wasting that one. Piercing Shot comes out, countered by Angle Senpai there as well. Mexi going down to Hamster Quest. Yin Kirby with the Whiplash, countered by the Barrier Beam there. Really nicely done from Ripstick. The Bewitching Beam as well coming out there. Rose Warp Strike really nicely done, but again, Yin Kirby is just overestimating his size. He has almost up to the top there, but a timely dash from Ripstick saves it out. Overgrown Lemon trying to go at the bottom here, but a great pass up is intercepted by Angle Senpai in the end. Yin Kirby going down to the bottom with the Whiplash, but again, this Barrier Beam, never mind! The strike goes through, the Core Flip as well, but it's not enough. Yin Kirby finding what I think is like a last-second strike on that core to get up to the top.
Yeah, Runic Dreamers really keeping the pressure up, making sure to get that barrier down, and then disallowing the side of Furret to really do any kind of good offensive setup, because you need a good setup. You have a Julie up front, and even though Amy has a lot of mobility to work with, she herself is not going to be enough to get past the defensive line of Mexicano and Hamster Quest. You need something like a Julie, like that Dash Punch and that Ultimate to take both barriers. They need to get a goal in, but again, answered by Runic Dreamers here to get a KO of their own and a power play to hopefully take this barrier down.
Yeah, but so far, really good defense here. The pass splitter, the cyber swipe, stalling it out beautifully. So now Julie's back on the field with nothing to say. They do get the kill, which is great. They reset the energy on the Julie, but now that Julie's back on the field with all the cooldowns, Angle Senpai having to use the flip, they're actually kind of interrupted there by Ripstick. Unfortunately, Core Flip comes out from the Estelle as well. The Juliet Dash Punch is also going to whiff. The Pendulum Swing gets in the corner, but not enough. Overgrown Lemon on the bottom here. Core flipped away by this Rasmus. Yin Kirby, of course, on that signature pick. Mexi trying to get it through. Does with the Witching Beam. Pendulum Swing goes wide as well. Unfortunately, Glitchmop gets it forward. The Dash Flurry from Overgrown Lemon almost steals the core away, but not quite. But Ripstick on this defense. Finally, the Dash Dice gets it through, and that's one barrier. Core flip from this era, not going to quite be enough, but it gets over to the other side for a little bit.
Yeah, and you can see the pattern already. As of right now, I think Furret almost always got the barrier first, or if not every single time, but they just fail to score on Mexicasual's defense, as of course I gotta jinx it in the moment. Perfect. But generally speaking, you see Furret's having a good time taking a barrier, but they're not having a good time actually scoring, which is that difficult part. Even though Era's not insanely strong defensively, they just need to set themselves up properly. And Hamster Quest and Kirby are doing such an excellent job at disallowing that core control to be just played out for the side of Furret.
Yeah, Flurry, though, with the Firewall Sentry is a really nice way to keep it there on the side for Furret. So they do get one barrier, but they don't manage to get the double due to a good defense there from Runic Dreamers. Piercing Shot actually gets the rebound off the gate there. He's able to get it through. Ripstick has to go down to the bottom here with where Hamster Quest is waiting, but he isn't able to actually get the secure on that one. Overgrown Lemon very close to the core flip here as well. Does have it now. Core flip from Ripstick up to the top. Angle Senpai able to get the goal open, but again, we've talked about this before. Can they do it? Yes. No. Yes. That was an amazing play by this Estelle here to try and save it with the Rose Warp, but in the end, Overgrown Lemon still had the core flip, gets a kill onto Hamster Quest, and scores the goal. It was so good, and then so bad, and then so good again for Furret.
Yeah, that's going to put them at a 0.5 in the first set already, so you can see this is already incredibly competitive as one barrier is going down on the side of the Runic Dreamers now, but they're immediately moving to attack. Ripstick has to defend this, and does so successfully. Again, Asher's so good at just forcing it away, but a beautiful piercing shot by Hamster Quest will actually get the kill. Double barriers with it, and Yin Kirby just strikes it right in. Runic Dreamers here, excellent play from them.
Yeah, it was just an amazing pickup there. The kill into just total control of the core there, not letting Furret have any chance and any say in the matter really whatsoever. And that is the thing on this goalie. You really have to be careful. The Estelle piercing shot is something you cannot underestimate, especially with that Deadeye pick.
Yeah, the Deadeye is going to make it a lot more difficult. You do that quick strike on Ripstick, which is very nice, just to, again, be a more solid wall, but I don't think it really compares to a Deadeye. And an Adrenaline Rush, which has a very high upside as well. If you do get those KOs for Yin Kirby, it's just going to do quite a bit. Aerials for Angle Senpai is going to be helpful, but I don't think game-changing. I do think what is a sleeper pickup here potentially is Overgrown Lemon going for the Spark, as Sparks can be quite dangerous in this current patch, because it just snowballs so heavily. Talking about snowballs, we immediately have Furret going strong.
Yeah, they're almost able to pick up the goal here, but the defense from Mexicasual is really good for a little bit, but it's just overwhelming in the end. A nice pass there from Angle down to Overgrown Lemon gets it done. But yeah, I definitely agree that Spark of Leadership is definitely a great pickup. You see that one single Spark on the first draft, and you're basically guaranteed to get at least 2 Sparks, which is not too bad to pick up, and it has the opportunity to go full Spark Zodia, of course. Great Bewitching Beam there, actually managed to hit 2 people and the core to get the clear, so the barrier will stay a little bit longer here for Runic Dreamers. Crystal Thorns goes a little bit short there, no projectile range on this Estelle, unless she wants to pick up a Siege Machine later, it's not going to happen. So that's going to be the range you're going to get for the rest of the game. Ripstick, great defense here on the bottom pass splitter as well, but the piercing shot nicely executed, stuns up Ripstick, ricochets the core off the gate, and actually gets this first barrier here, which, considering how fast the other ones have been going, one barrier going down in 30 seconds, pretty darn slow.
Yeah, very slow, and you're still on the attack here. Ripstick has to flip to get it out, but Mexicasual grabs it early, so Overgrown Lemon is not able to get the touch onto that core. The barrier is still very much alive on the side of the Runic Dreamers, even though it got so close multiple times there. The strikes are just so perfect, and the side of Verge are just not able to find any kind of attack through that defensive barrier from the side of Runic Dreamers.
Yeah, of course. Ooh, never mind. The Cyber Swipe Glitch Pop. Again, Angle really got this combo. The Dash Punch as well. Core Flip from Hamster Quest goes wide, but actually the Crystal Thorns, you get a double negative power play, and then a Core Flip to get the goal. And maybe Hamster Quest even gets the actual goal here? No, just opens up the goal. Glitch Pop is going to buy the barrier, Core Flip as well, but it is defended, so it's an open goal on both sides, despite the double power play. An amazing recovery there from Runic Dreamers. Pass up to the Estelle here, piercing shot through, not quite going to find it. Lemon with the flurry, but the Butching Beam gets it through. Whiplash on Yin Kirby there, gives a little bit more speed, but actually hands it over to Angle Senpai, and Angle Senpai puts it through. What a fumble by Runic Dreamers there.
Yeah, it was an excellent defense by Hamster Quest in the beginning, making a point that seemed lost after 2 KOs, kind of playable again, but then the angle off of the base off the side of the map was just not quite what they were ready for, and it just kind of sneaks its way in, which is always very unfortunate to see. But again, you're in this point now, you're 2-0 down in the second set, almost getting KO'd as well, but a great evade keeps you alive, but we'll have to see if the side of Runic Dreamers can find themselves the momentum to get back this set.
Yeah, we do see that Runic Dreamers is able to open up the goal first without losing a barrier just yet, but unfortunately Hamster Quest rushes the strike and the flurry gets the second one, so immediately it's going to be the open goal, and again, Mexicasual not quite getting to the core in time, and that's actually a 3-0 sweep here for Furret in this second set. They are not going quietly into this one. I guess they were just warming up in that first one.
Yeah, and you know what the best thing is for you? You have your Spark Juliet be your first pick with leadership, and you get Spark of Agility now. You could argue 1-2 punch is very good, but I mean, that spark stacking, that's going to be very hurtful. So obviously a great pickup, 2 sparks on Overgrown Lemon already, and that's just going to snowball even further. You get Monumentalist on the Mexicasual, which is quite valuable, but so is 1-2 punch for Angle Senpai here. So I feel like Furret got a really, really strong draft this time around.
Yeah, I can almost guarantee that Overgrown Lemon had like the devil and the angel on the shoulder debating the Spark of Agility versus the 1-2 punch. Like, Spark of Agility is so good for my team, but you get 1-2 punch. But in the end, I think that was a great draft call, going for the Spark, getting the 1-2 on the I mean, we can see it paying dividends already. The speed on Furret allows, especially this Asher, to reposition so well. Julie to position for the kill there onto Rasmus. Yin Kirby going down. It's going to be another barrier opening up here. Furret really running away with this now. Piercing shot countered by a Cyber Swipe. What an angle there by Angle Senpai.
Yeah, really good find. And you know what else is really good about getting that Speed Spark onto Juliet? It kind of covers her only weakness. Juliet's really strong when she gets on top of the core, but sometimes it's difficult for Julie to get on top of it, right? She doesn't have a lot of mobility, and your dash you usually want to use for a combo. So having all of this movement speed and just running around almost like a maniac is going to allow you to play so much more aggressive and so much more optimal, but a KO can change things around as always, as now Runic Dreamers are trying to make something out of this power play.
Yeah, we do see the open barrier, though, and your open goal here, double barrier for it there, and even in the power play, they still keep both their barriers alive. Finally, the Death Touch gets one, but that's an ultimate invested just for the first barrier, and we have a core flip invested for the second. Pendulum Swing, actually really nice trip up there on Ripstick. Piercing Shot gets it through. No, barrier beams, a really nice defense there from Ripstick. Dash Pump almost gets it through. The Crystal Thorns countered by a flurry, and Mexi just doesn't have the angle there over Lemon, just repositioning a little bit to send it down instead of up.
Yeah, it's always difficult to tell in those situations. I think a little bit unfortunate as well, as Hamster Quest tried to strike it out, but actually just repositioned it, made it really difficult for Mexicasual to read that. But again, that's the strength of the Julie, right? If you are close range like that, it's going to be very difficult, and it's very much not easy to play out either if Amy with dash range just hits all of these cyber swipes like that to take barriers.
Yeah, it seems very much like Runic Dreamers was hoping to go for something of a slower, more methodical play here. A lot of core control on the Restel, of course. Great Rose Warp there from Hamster Quest. But it seems like Furret is just fouling all of their plans by playing fast, playing just to get these tight angles, get the kills, and really just be in the face of Runic Dreamers. They can't really follow the game plan.
Yeah, most definitely. Flip coming out here from Ripstick as well. Almost finds the angle, but excellently defended. Overgrown Lemon also taking a lot of damage. Needs to be careful not to be taken out, because again, keep in mind, Hamster Quest on this Estelle does have Deadeye Glass Cannon. That's a lot of damage if you're not denying that Glass Cannon. But Overgrown Lemon said, you know what, if I'm gonna be taken out soon, I'm at least gonna try to get it in. Finds the dash punch and finds the goal for another 3-0 set and another first pick in this draft. And oh no.
Well, the bright side, right? Runic Dreamers, you're guaranteed to not have 4 Sparks on Juliet. You know, if you take this to another set, Julie is as strong as she will be with Sparks. But also, Spark of Focus for an entire team with triple Spark of leadership is pretty good. That's going to be a lot more abilities coming out, especially when you already have Hot Shot on 2 of your members. So there's going to be so many cooldowns available here for Furret.
Yeah, most definitely. Making it very difficult to play into this now, because they're going to move everywhere. They're going to have cooldowns up almost all the time. Size for Asher as well. Ripstick definitely going to be enjoying that, as it just makes it more easy for him to play out this defense. You do get solid pickups still for the side of Runic Dreamers. Primetime for Mexicasual is going to do quite a lot of work defensively, having a little bit more utility to hold that goalie line. Size for Rasmus, as we are also really good. And more damage on Hamster Quest that we just saw coming through right there as well. But again, it got traded beforehand already, so 2v2 is apparently the new game mode in OS here.
That it is, but we do have the end to that 2v2 just a little bit, and not too much at the end of it all. One barrier for one barrier. Hamster Quest almost about to die, but does have a timely evade there. Flurry comes out, but it's on the Rasmus, who dodges. Core flip, dash punch, almost gets it through. Firewall Sentry also invested there. Opportunity for Runic Dreamers to come back after that heavy investment in the cooldowns. But of course, we were just talking that they're not going to be too long. Not going to be too long before they're back up here. Yin Kirby, though, able to get the barrier and a kill as well onto this Julie. These NATOs from Mexi having great. Mexi, run! Okay, the Witching Beam does get it through just in time, but would hate to see it run by him yet again.
Yeah, very much not pleasant if that were to happen, but Yin Kirby just takes matters into their own hands there. Hooks it and sends it up to the top corner. Ripstick just limited in movement there, cannot react to that. And Runic Dreamers are now finally ending their point drought, as they've been scored on, I think, 6 times without an answer before.
Yeah, it could be the beginning of the almost reverse sweep here. They did get that first set of cores, but Mexi again with that Bewitching Beam, core flip as well, countered by a flurry-ish. Firewall Sentry does get the secure, but that is a lot again invested here for just a single barrier. Glitch Up gets it forward. Rose Orb actually gets a whiff, unfortunately. Core flip is really nice from angle, but actually goes for a bit of a greedy angle there, trying to trip up and trying to follow the bell curve and shoot it straight at the goalie there. But we have a lot of offense here from Runic Dreamers here, countered by a dash punch. Overgrown Lemon in one fell swoop gets it all the way across. Angle Senpai trying to get a setup as well. Glitching Beam gets it forward. Glitching Whip Pop puts it back. Overgrown Lemon on the bottom side of the map here, trying to go for a dribble, trying to set something up here. Flurry as well invested, has the core flip on this Julie. Firewall Sentry misses. Great defense there from the side of Runic Dreamers, forcing out the core flip. Crystal Thorns is not going to get the answer that Hamster Quest was looking for. The Bewitching Beam gets it forward. Once again, Yin Kirby trying to position here with Pendulum Swing to try and put it in the goal, but he just doesn't have the time to get the setup.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to find it properly for both of these teams, really, because they have a lot of interrupts to be working with here. We'll see if it's going to come through. A beautiful glitch pop actually there, coming out by Angle Senpai. Finding that demon angle basically past Mexicasual. Not much she can do about that. And evening out this current set and putting Furret a little bit closer to advancing to the next round already.
Yeah, of course, this is best of one here, so, it's not going to be the end of the line here for Runic Dreamers if they lose this one, but definitely Furret in a better position here to progress forward. Rosewarp, though, from Hamster Quest, really nicely done. Doesn't open up the goal just yet, but maybe Yin Kirby can do a great angle off the gate there, right behind Ripstick there, who wasn't expecting that one. Going to be the core flip a little bit delayed there, but a great angle there. Pendulum swing, perfect setup, perfect momentum from Runic Dreamers to just carry the speed all the way across the map.
Yeah, really well executed. Then on top of that as well, Hamster Quest is really close to a flip, which is going to help you so much trying to get these barriers off of Ripstick. So we'll see if they're going to come into play, or if the side of Furret is going to have an answer before. It very much looks like they have an answer as to take both barriers immediately almost. And now the side of Runic Dreamers back on the defensive end, almost gets a KO on Angle Senpai, but they cannot find it in the end. Actually, Angle Senpai on this Amy finding a KO in turn, which is now going to put a power play into their hands. But the defense still very much active for the side of Furret, as Hamster Quest just shutting down every kind of angle to try to get the core out.
Yeah, Hamster Quest buying a lot of time there for the Rasmus to get back onto the field, and Yin Kirby, of course, is trying to put it through, but it goes for another lap around. That's going to be Overgrown Lemon picking up the kill, this time onto the Estelle, getting both of the forwards just one after another here. It's going to be Ripstick passing up to Angle Senpai, Glitch Bump as well. Core flip through the top, through the punch. Going to be putting it in and putting Furret on match point.
Match point, not a lot of energy to work with, but again, we've seen a lot of kickoffs already. The side of Furret just kind of overrun the defense from Runic Dreamers here. So we'll see if they can do it again. Hamster Quest also noticed that and immediately jumps into kickoff there to get priority. But again, they do find one barrier and they're looking for the second one as the core is not really leaving the half of Runic Dreamers.
Yeah, they're trying to get it forward, and they did for a little bit there, but the flurry comes out. Pass down to Yin is really nice, who whiffs the strike, unfortunately, but it's not going to matter too much just yet. The Death Touch countered as well by another strike. Lift Up gets it forward. Ripstick with the pass to the Firewall Sentry. So many abilities invested here once again. Yin Kirby managed to get it forward here. Pendulum Swing gets a whiff on the core, but does at least tag the Aimee, so she's not going to regenerate for a second. But that's going to be another Cypher Swipe Glitch Pop. Can Yin Kirby get the angle? No, Ripstick was expecting it this time, but another core flip here. Goes around, buys some time, but doesn't get the barrier with that Mexi Casual was hoping for. And we see Yin Kirby trying to lurk around this Aimee, trying to keep the HP from regenerating to potentially get a kill here. Rosewarp down from Hamster Quest is really nice as well. Nato gets the core forward a little bit as well, just tags it for a second. Angle Senpai gets a nice bang up to the top, and that's going to be Angle Senpai with the credit there over and not connecting with Dash Punch, but it doesn't matter. Furret taking the first game of Launchpad 1.
Taking the first game and very deserved so as well, because they kind of just found their groove throughout the game. First set went over to the Runic Dreamers, but afterwards Furret just kind of found their way into how they need to attack, how they need to get their priorities going. And also, I mean, triple sparks definitely help. Let's not forget about that. That is the danger of allowing someone to go for a spark, because you saw it yourself, right? You don't really think you're a lot of the spark of leadership at the beginning. It's only one spark, but all that needs to happen is for that team to win 2 sets in a row and just have that player be MVP. And then Overgrown Lemon just got 2 sparks uncontested. Nothing you can do about it. And it's so difficult to go into sparks like that if they do work out. Obviously, there's a downside as well where they never get anything, but this game is very much an example of a high upside for those sparks.
Yeah, it was a high upside, and it just allowed for it to control the game in a way that Runic Dreamers really wanted to. Because, when you lock in that Restell, you're hoping for the more open maps, you're hoping to control the core and decide where it's going, but just all of the stats and just the team play from Furret just allowed them to control the map and shut down this Restell before they could really do anything. And there were some fumbles from Runic Dreamers as well, and I think that they're going to look at that and they're going to be able to work on that, because these are good players. They'll be able to look critically and say, yeah, we messed up that one, we can get a better angle here. And I think if they do that, they still showed a very strong appearance here, that first set especially, but even still continuing to fight and score a goal even in that last set, taking us to that 0.5. Does showcase their mental strength and their ability to bounce back from things, even if it didn't quite happen this time.
Yeah, I mean, the first Launchpad's not over for them either yet, right? You have a loser's bracket that you can be going through. So, and if you continue to play the way you've been playing so far, I'm confident that you're not going to have a lot of struggle down there. Again, some kind of adjustments would have to be found, but we'll have to see how they're going to be progressing. But again, more importantly, Furret has made their way into the round 2, and they're going to go up against Cosmic Pause, which is going to be a very tough game for them. If you know the roster of Cosmic Pause, you know why that might be. So we'll see how they're going to do in that matchup as well. But we got a lot of other matchups as well to be excited for in the Launchpad, of course.
That we do have a lot of things to be excited for, but we're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back with some more games in the future. Please stick around. We're going to see y'all in a bit. Welcome back, everybody, to round two. A little bit faster this time. These teams locking in. It's going to be frickin' Esports versus Pantheon this time. Some pretty good teams as well this time around, and should be a lot of fun. Sloth, what do you think about this one?
Again, another exciting one because both of these teams, obviously, they're won their round one. Freaking Esports, also yet another team that has played in the NASL leagues previously, got second place in NAST last time around. So they, again, are here to prove that they're deserving to get back and trying to prove that here. And Pantheon here, a new team to my knowledge, trying to make their own name. And obviously, they're starting off well with a win, right? Putting themselves into this position. And we're going to be on Gates and Obscura with Bulk Up and Built Different, which is going to be quite an interesting game as well. Obscura always can go a multitude of ways, so we'll see how it's going to go this time around. Anything from your side that's popping into your head immediately?
I love seeing Gates of Obscura. Probably one of my favorite maps to watch, especially when, teams are hitting crazy angles through the portals, as we're probably going to see here. This will be first barrier taken up by the artist formerly known as Loki here. Andy passing down to Chris, who puts it up into the corner with the Rose Warp as well, but the strike in the defense there from Storm and Fredrectus is going to be pretty good. Again, on the other side, though, a clear through the Firewall Sentry, nicely executed there by Andy. A nice dribble up the top there to the log as well. The dash punch countered by Cero there with a great strike. Actually, the last frame of that dash also catches the core. So we're going to go for another cycle here. Both teams, after that first loss, really locking in and not letting anything happen.
Yeah, most definitely. The attack's looking pretty strong for the side of freaking Esports, even though they are down on a barrier. They're just keeping it up top very consistently, but keeping it up top also gives you the opportunity to be KO'd by Loki there with the Juliet dash punch. Well executed power play now for the side of Pantheon as they're trying to set themselves up to take this barrier. Amy turret going to be in place as well, but the core gets cleared out pretty swiftly. Flip comes out, it will take the barrier, but in turn, freaking Esports is going to be 3 men on the field again.
Yep. But with an open goal this time, Andy trying to get up into the top corner here. Doesn't need to use the core flip there this time. Almost kill flip there from Strages there. A little bit greedy on that one, but does almost take out Chris. Freaking Chris, though, going to be winning a few strike wars there, but doesn't get it through the Tofu Fortress. Most critically, Oni's Blade comes out as well. Core flip there, finally forked out from Andy, and the flurry from Juliet doesn't catch a core flip from Storm as well as use the red core off the log. Is really nice to see as well. We're in overtime, so it's going to be picking up a lot of speed here, but the team's still not letting it go through. They're not going to just let freebies fly on this one. Log, again, sending it forward, shooting forward even. Andy gets the pick up here. Where does he pass it? Into a glitch pop. Nicely executed by Strages. He gets it up to Loki, and Loki puts it in for the first goal.
Yeah, really good play from the side of Pantheon there to get the core upfield, to get both of these barriers, not drop a single barrier on their own as well. It's a really good look for them to start off this game, and they're going to hope to keep that momentum, especially because both of these goalies, they should excel defensively with Pauldrons and a Size Awakening to work with. Dubu and Rasmus obviously love having that. So if one side is not holding it as good as the other, then that's not a great omen for that team that's losing the barriers.
That it is not. There's also a thing to be said about the portal positioning. Even though it's both the bottom barriers here, it is actually going to be a little bit different because the pillars, and that's actually going to be the Firewall Sentry securing that second one, just putting up so much pressure so that Loki can get it in, and again, get it into the goal. Just this duo of Strages and Loki is just killing it on the forward. The passes have been crisp on them.
Yeah, they're starting down any kind of clear angle. Very difficult for Andy to get the core out, even with all the size to be working with. So this time around, you hope for the side of freaking Esports that they can just take a swift lead in terms of barriers. Have a flip on Cero as well, so they'll have to make sure they'll get good use out of that. But immediately, again, Strages just flips it themselves, gets the first barrier, and play looking pretty beneficial for the side of Pantheon so far.
Yeah, looking really good for them. Tofu Fortress coming out, the flurry, Oni's Blade, core flip, glitch pop, so many abilities used in very short order there. But in the end, all for nothing. Loki's very low on health, but, Dubu plays up for another second there, and then picks up an orb, and everything is back to being fine. Somersault counters the Crystal Thorns was almost a nice shot there. But Storm is not going to let that fly. Straight is trying to get it through, but the Whiplash from Andy gets it forward once again. Sierra trying to get through this Dubu, but the Dubu is way too big to go through with the size and the pauldrons. Just so difficult to get around. We see it going through the portal once again. Cyber Swipe, Glitch Pop, again a combo very well loved by Imes for its versatility and doing so many different things and covering so much stuff.
Yeah, Storm just doing such a good job defensively. And the thing is, right, you're saying it's so difficult to get past to Dubu. Well, he also has a flip available, which was used immediately and takes a barrier as well. So again, a lot of momentum in favor of Pantheon, as for the first time so far, freaking Esports has found themselves in front of an open goal. to see if they can make something with that as well, or if the defense is still going to hold strong. Storm getting the core up front, or trying to, but freaking Chris and Zero just doing a good job interrupting that in the midfield. But now Loki almost gets a beautiful redirect. Flip has to come out by Andy there to hold it, and the primary of Centauro will hold that core, keep the red speed, and send it up top. Storm doesn't really have an answer to that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 50-50, the classic one. Even if you're as wide as half the net, there's still another half available for the Centauro to shoot it into. Great pass up into the log there from Loki, gets it forward, but the pendulum swing from Andy just takes Juliet off the field. The power play here, he's rushing forward as well. They're looking to get this, but the Firewall Sentry and the Tofu Torch is interacting very weirdly, but also locking the core in place. So actually really weirdly but nicely executed there on that one. Zero, though, does manage to pick up a barrier in the end. He doesn't have to use the core flip there, although the dash punch did try to get him to. There he is, but that core flip counter from Storm, really nicely done there. Just a strike to make sure that nothing can happen there. Strage is very low on health, looking to pick up orbs and get things done. Zero trying to stop that from happening, but in the meantime, Loki is going to get that first barrier here, follow the side of Pantheon. As the Glitch Hop doesn't hit the core there, and he gets it back into the corner. Strage is trying to get it to this Julie, the pendulum swing with the whiplash, the piercing shot to take the IME off the map. Zero takes a barrier as well, and it's looking really good for frickin' esports all of a sudden.
Yeah, they do need to just find their way past Storm, which they can't, and unfortunately as well, the core's going to find its way into the barrier. Dash does not connect into the goal there, as now Loki in front of the net passes it down to Strages, trying to set themselves up, but cannot find the attack. Just there, Cyber Stripe gets the core away. Freaking Chris does not connect with the flip, as now the core almost again just slowly goes in, but Andy's holding it down together with the Death Touch. Will still hold on to this point, as both teams are just battling to find this. Again, you have this side of Pantheon finding their way actually to get the goal in, and Stratus does earn themselves a first serve.
Yeah, Pantheon playing chess at the end there with just the multiple ability usage spaced out just enough to counter everything that esports tried to do to clear the core. Especially that last glitch pop was just really nicely executed. Quick strikes on this large Jubu is going to mean that it's even harder to get it through him. And even, you know, the Rasmus also can't pick up that quick strikes now that he was probably looking forward to. So really good on him, and to deny as well. Going to be missile prop going to Jaime. I mean, it's so many good things.
So many good things as well, and to close it off, both brawlers go for the Spark as well, and I mean, you've seen it just last game, what can happen with Sparks, right? So now that danger exists on both of them. Now, they can't get 4 of them, but they can still get a lot of value from it. But overall, I don't think a lot of game-changing awakenings in this draft, so it should be more of the same of what we've seen so far in this last set, in this one as well.
Yeah, a lot of damage being traded back and forth as per last time, abilities being traded as well. It's going to be the Death Touch not saving the barrier, unfortunately, but does get a lot of speed, so Zero can at least get that one. Goes for a little bit of a flick at the end of the dash. Throws rope as well, not enough, but Andy gets it forward. Piercing shot is a little bit too late on that one, doesn't catch the core. All importantly, freaking Chris, though, once again has it up the top of your somersault, gets it past him. Loki's trying to get it through, but a strike gets it past him as well. Crystal Thorn's piercing shot onto the IME is going to mean that this is now once again a power play here for freaking esports. Can they get it done? Piercing shot doesn't get caught by Zentaro, but he does get the rebound. And this time, freaking esports in the lead.
And they have a lot of energy to work with in this next point as well. Freaking Chris and Zero close to having a flip of their own. Meanwhile, on the other side of Pantheon, you have Storm and Loki, who are close to it, but not as close. So we'll see if that advantage can already be used here to take one of these barriers, if not both of them. But never mind flip advantage, actually. A KO being found from the side of Pantheon there is going to completely flip expectations, and now power play for the side of Pantheon. We'll see if they can do something with it.
It's going to flip expectations. I see what you did there on that one. Good pop coming out. Zero back on the field, though. No flip, but does have abilities. The eye rush comes out, but a counter by a nice strike and a nice log there from Storm. But the barrier does go down in the end. That's going to be a kill flip once again onto Zero, who just cannot find a break in this one. A lot of damage onto Chris as well, who is struggling to stay alive on this one. Is going to get an orb, and a little bit of solace on that one. Great core flip from Andy. Gets it through the Firewall Sentry and actually stalls the play out long enough for Zentaro to be back on the field. Piercing shot, trying to predict Storm, but Storm predicted the prediction that he's not going to be able to be gone through that easily. Again, though, Andy winning these strike wars so on point, even in the face of Julie. Finally, the punch gets it through with a hit stun, but having to use abilities just to get that first barrier when the second one is still up, and we're now into overtime with no open goals. As soon as I say something, Zentaro is able to open up the side of Pantheons.
Yeah, now immediately Sarah trying to position to get a pass, but the side of freaking esports just cannot get the core out of their half. It's so oppressive, and another cyber swipe coming through. This is 3 KOs now in favor of Pantheon, I believe, this set alone. So if they can continue on with this pace of it, I don't think Frickin' Esports really has great answers to them. But the power play, again, does not find any kind of attack on the goal, as Andy's just doing such a good job defensively.
Yeah, the interception on these power plays has been so good, just able to catch the core and interrupt anything. But there we go, the Oni's blade actually stalls the core out, and the somersault is not able to get it through. I think the Dubu was stunned out of it or something, but that was really well played there by the side of Frickin' Esports to not lose hope. And actually, they take, again, a 2-0 lead here. Even though it was a very long point and they died a lot, they still got the goal in the end. That's the thing that matters.
That is exactly what matters, and they immediately want to get an attack going again here as well to get that first barrier, but the side of Pantheon just holding strong, not losing a single barrier. 2 flips soon on the offense for them as well, as they have them available now. 1 barrier was taken without even having to use that flip. Zero trying to take this top barrier together with Frickin' Quist, but again, the defense holds strong. Flip coming through from Loki now, takes the barrier. Flip from Strage is probably being used here soon as well, and will be used to actually hit stun Frickin' Chris while Andy gets hit stunned by the punch. Excellently played out by the side of Pantheon.
I think the core flip might have been slightly unnecessary, but it's better to play it safe than sorry on that one. You have a low energy bar on your forwards now, which is a little unfortunate. I would have liked to see some greed on saving that core flip, but I think there's also something to be said for the mental reset on saying, we at least get a goal, we're not going to go quietly on this one, we're not going to get swept. And I think that can actually account for a lot of stuff here, especially when you see this Zentaro with a core flip right in front of your net. But also, on the other side, the instant flip there, never mind, from Zentaro, no core flip, but does find the open goal there, nicely done.
Nicely done, gets an attack going, but again, another KO found for the side of Pantheon, as Loki's going to shut that flip down immediately, as now they're trying to set up an attack. Zero and Andy just trying to be as annoying as possible, trying to interrupt as much as they can, and they do hold on for it for now, but the Juliet ultimate will come through, secure the goal, and secure the KO with it.
The kills continue. Now, one thing though that I want to say from the last draft, just imagine if Chris had not picked up the ad rush and that was on our Julie instead of that Spark of Agility. I think we'd be looking at a very different game.
I believe we'd have a lot more KOs on the side of Julie, because that would just snowball insanely strong, but we'll have to see how the draft's going to progress anyways, because we're now on the last point of the second set.
Yep, either way this goes, it's going to be one team taking the set here. Piercing shot is a little bit too early, and it's going to be another fumble here, unfortunately, meaning the barrier just goes down from the court, just going right behind the goalie and the brawler there, trying to hold it. Nice dribbling as well from Loki. Nice pass, though, from Chris to Sierra. They're trying to set it up. Piercing shot again, just a little bit too early, a little bit too high there. Not finding the connection on the core and the goalie that you really need to make use of it. And we have, again, Loki with the core flip in front of the net. We have the log coming out. A little bit of a mini blick there from Sierra, but he's going to actually pay for his style with his life there on that one, getting cyber swiped off the map. Storm rushing forward as well with the core flip. Piercing shot invested as well. Core flip with the punch. And Loki puts it, and by it, I mean the core and the goalie, into the net.
Really well played by the side of Pantheon there, and Strage is doing such a good job at just finding these KOs with those cyber swipes, just always being a threat around those edges. You cannot not pay attention to this, Amy, because if you do, you're going to get caught off guard. But in this draft now, we have a lot of things. We have both the other Sparks, which means most likely both brawlers are just going to get 2 Sparks unless Spark of Focus gets denied off of Sarah. I'm not sure if that's going to happen, but he gets more size on the Rasmus for Andy, which is excellent. 1-2 punch for Strages, which is, he's already been finding a lot of KOs. He's just going to find more now. And the extra special in Twin Drive, definitely also solid pickups for the side of Storm and... Storm and... I forgot. You take over.
Storm and Pantheon duking it out here. That's going to be Pantheon in the lead on this one. They actually managed to get a barrier as well as a Death Touch from Andy, not finding the connection. But the Firewall Sentry also doesn't find it. Zero gets a glitch popped away, really nicely done. Strages as well with that cyber swipe too. Piercing shot comes down from Chris, but only gets it forward for a little bit. The eye rush countered by a somersault as well. Crystal Thorns, Tofu Fortress both invested here, and the core just does not have what it takes to meet the barrier. Loki going up to the top here, but the Rose Warp, the Pendulum Swing both invested, making sure that there's no way for the core to slip into the top side of that net. Chris trying to get something with the piercing shot, but is countered by the somersault once again. Oni's blade comes out to keep it in the corner, stall the core for a second. Log comes out as well. Zero doing a really good job of keeping it here and managed to get a barrier after all of that. So well paid for his efforts on that one, but took a lot of damage on that one. Going through the portal is the core over to Storm. Firewall Sentry invested, but not finding too much on that one. Glitch Hop onto the Zentaro. Death Touch onto the core. Punch not finding what he needs. Core flip from Andy. Unfortunately, Waze, and that's going to be another kill onto Zentaro.
Another power play in favor of Pantheon here, as Andy's going to be walking up here and just trying to shut down that portal and any kind of core play. As Andy actually, with a beautiful self-pass, will take one of the barriers. Zero now back onto the field, so a 3v3 as the ultimate completely shuts down that flip as well. As frickin' esports are now trying to find their way into this goal, trying to find their attack together here. And they're holding us strong really defensively. Andy is doing a lot of excellent plays here to keep themselves alive and also start facilitating an offense. But an even better dash punch from Loki will come through here. Andy did get a touch on it, but the dash punch timing was just too perfect to really stop that core.
Brilliant execution there by Loki. This pass from Strages as well, so nice. And again, this team has been so good at keeping the speed from these cores. We saw a little bit last game as well, but just these players holding on to the speed of this core at all costs, trying to make sure that they can get it as fast on the rotation as possible, because they know that if they rotate the core too slowly, it is going to get intercept. These teams are just way too quick on the uptake, but never mind. Loki very quick on the uptake for the kill, going to be sacrificing a lot of health, but does get the enemy goalie down. Strages and the Tofu Fortress as well, keeping on the bottom here. Going to the goal. No! Storm waddle back faster on this very large Tofu. As the barrier does fall at the end of all of that, it actually kind of favors esports at the end of this one. His pass down to Zero is not caught. Cyberswipe catches it, Glitch Pop as well, and goes in. Unfortunate for Andy, did not have the quick strikes.
Yeah, Pantheon's just doing such a good job as a team to just shut down things. Even if you have plays like that where it's very unfortunate that it did go through the portal at the angle that it did, they're able to get the core, collect themselves, and then interrupt the build-up from the side of freaking esports. And that's going to put them now one goal away from taking this match already and going to the next round. So we'll see if they can actually pull through on that, or if freaking esports has something to say about it.
Well, it looks like they do have a little something to say about it, but Loki has something even more to say as he gets a kill onto the Estelle that took the barrier. Just absolutely revenge on getting his, overcoming the defense on that one. Going to be the Firewall Sentry securing the barrier as well with the help of Loki too. Dash down from Zentaro, pass up from Dubu. They're really just playing each other on this one, just waiting for each other to make the first move. Loki as well in this corner here. Chris back on the field trying to get something done. Glitchpop sends it forward. Zero trying as well. Let's move the somersault, forcing out the core flip as well because it missed, unfortunately. Log, piercing shot. Core flip there now from Loki, goes over to Andy. Glitchpop as well countered by a whiplash. Strages on the bottom here with the core flip. Loki gets it, the barrier with a strike. Core flip out of Andy, gets it forward, but not into the barrier, unfortunately. Oni's blade comes out as well. It's going to be a kill on to Rasmus. It's going to be the power play here. The opportunity in the open goal with no goalie, and the Rose Warp from Chris is a little too slow. Loki a little too fast on the uptake on that one. It's going to be Pantheon taking a 3-0 sweep in both the points and the set. Well done.
Yeah, really well executed. They just had their game plan and they played for it basically to perfection, right? They continuously were threatening around the edge of the map. You can see it as well. They got a total of 12 KOs in that game, and even though Strages was the one that felt like the biggest threat, obviously you had Loki just dash punching people away continuously as well. So they played around the edges, they found those KOs continuously, they forced it into the corner. Storm had really good walk-ups as well to get those Tofu Fortresses down, to keep that core in those little sectors. And even though Andy had an excellent game himself defending these points, in the end it was just a little bit too much, because you can hold the core away from the barriers, but if you're not able to get it into the enemy half, because it continuously gets interrupted, it's going to be very difficult to play out. And for this match specifically, I think Pantheon has a it's a very deserving win for them, for sure.
Yeah, both teams showcased excellent team play, excellent mechanics, but at the end of the day, Pantheon was just a lot more crisp with it. They kept their plays concise, they were able to use their combos and play ahead of their opponents, and really just showcase that level of difference in that one, where it's just, you're good, but you need to be better than good, really, at Launchpad. You need to not just be able to play well, you need to play well with your team and be able to adjust on the fly, because no plan is going to go very well, and I think Pantheon just did that very well. Whenever things were going right, it was going perfectly, but then when it didn't go right, they were still able to adjust. They were still able to say, oh yeah, we missed an ability here, we missed an ability there, or you caught us off guard with an amazing play there, but they just adjusted on the fly. They were able to rotate very well. Normally, I always look down on brawlers for being too far in the goalie box because they usually stick around too long, but I feel like Loki was just there exactly when he needed to be and no longer. He was immediately back on the other side of the field.
Yeah, very much so. Just ended up playing for what they wanted to perfection. And again, they're moving on to the next round, right? And again, we're still in Launchpad. We still have plenty of rounds going on, and we're going to have more games coming soon as well. Do you have anything to say before we're going to send it into a small break, or?
I'm looking forward to see more of both Pantheon and Frickin', because again, Frickin' played pretty frickin' good on that one. So I'm looking forward to see more, but we're going to take a bit of a break, as you said. See y'all around. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We have a qualification match for the top cut. It's going to be When in Rome versus Slime Mold Colony. A lot of familiar names on this one, and I think it should be pretty fun. What do you think about it, Slav?
I'm thinking the exact same, and it's actually the only two teams that are sticking to their seeding so far, which is very interesting. There's been a lot of upsets if you actually look into the bracket. But this game, it's 4 against 5, right? It's supposed to be the closest one in this state of the game. And we're going to a bit of a more normal map, right? We've went from Demon Eyes into Gates of Obscure. Now we're going into Night Market, a more known factor, which is definitely going to help a lot of these players as well, because they've just been playing on Night Market for ages as well. It's not something new that they had to learn. The Castle Last and Knife Edge start is quite interesting, because they're not really game warping awakenings, and you can see that in the draft as well. It's pretty just standard, what is good on this map, but what are the players good on as well. So we'll see how they're going to be executing it here as we're starting off the game.
Yeah, and especially with the nerf to Knife's Edge a while back, it's not quite as good as it used to be on Night Market. I mean, it's a little bit old news now at this point, but even still, something you pay attention to. It'll come into play a little bit every now and then, but most of the time I think the players will just be skirting very close to the edge and maybe getting killed more often for it. But Elvising Taco trying to get the barrier down there, but Spartan is on the defense until I say something, then the Pendulum Swing comes out, the strike to the top as well, gets double barrier. On the other side, though, the Flurry, I think, managed to slow down Julak maybe a little bit, or maybe just faked him out. But either way, Julak not able to get back in time. So it's a double barrier into a barrier on the other side. Goals open within a few seconds of each other, and Elvising Taco looked to put it in, but a nice fake out from Spartan.
Yeah, nice fake out as, of course, being contested in the midfield overall, right? You do have Fudgy on that SL, which is going to do a lot of work, but Flowers obviously as well. Going to be quite effective on the Amy. We're going to see who's going to get that first goal, get that momentum going for themselves. So we're going to hit overtime now with core speed just accelerating a lot, and Flip's getting closer for each player as well. Julak has it already, Taco has it already, Flowers has it already. The first flip comes out, Taco does find the angle, Spartan not able to get up there in time, and 1-0 lead now for the side of Mold.
Yeah, and Flowers as well using the core flip there, trying to catch it, but unfortunately did not. It's going to be a core flip wasted as well for the side of When in Rome. So Fudgy Waffle's trying to get it through, but nice barrier take there actually for the side of When. Spartan rushing back this time, able to get it back with the help of the speed gate, but Flowers not able to get it through Everlasting Taco here. The defense is good though, so no barrier goes down just yet, but Everlasting Taco hits it up to the Crystal Thorns and almost off the Night Market angle gets a barrier. But Somersault stuns up this Erasmus for another second there. Death Touch buying up a lot of space and getting a speed to secure a barrier there. Going to be an open goal here. Mold has the chance to score if they can get across the field. Flowers unfortunately missing the angle there, but does get it back to Spartan at least, so he's able to put it forward for another second.
Yeah, Spartan does have a flip defensively, and Coin has one offensively now, so we'll have to see if When in Rome are going to use that to get themselves to even out this game, or if the side of Mold's going to be able to progress the core upfield and get a 2-0 lead, because as of right now, Fudgy's holding it down in the midfield line already. Obviously, goalie experience from previous seasons as well is definitely helping with getting that core experience, core in that midfield area and not letting it go through, as Taco finds a KO there. Coin now trying to shut down any kind of attack together with Spartan, as they both have flips, and it's very likely going to have to use one defensively, as Fudgy uses a flip, almost gets the angle, but does not find it in the end, and the barrier actually drops on Julak's side.
Fudgy's just so good at taking barriers, even has to be his own one. It's going to be Coin get a nice setup as well with the Flurry. And weird Flurry dribble into strike there, but actually executed pretty nicely. And that's going to be tying up in what was almost going to be a 2-0 there. Nice find by When in Rome, doing as the Romans, and managing to survive for a little bit longer here.
Yeah, also, I do want to point out something really quick. I think this is going to be the only time you're ever going to see, like, 5 Knife's Edges being picked up in the current meta, simply just because a lot of these characters do not make good use of Castle Last, so you might as well just get a little bit extra movement speed. And Night Market, arguably one of the maps where it's the most useful compared out of the rest of the map pool, but still, it's weird and interesting to see how this is going to play out with these awakenings as well, because again, Knife's Edge really not in a wonderful state right now.
Yeah, and it'll make that first draft all the more important. There we go, Everlasting Taco getting another goal, putting him 1 point away from getting that first pick, but you know, if that first awakening is pretty weak on your characters, the strength boost from your first awakening in that draft really does matter so much more. Because if Rasmus gets size and nobody else really gets anything worth mentioning, then suddenly it's a big Rasmus versus everyone with basically no awakenings. There we go. That being said, though, Julak actually finding a kill and putting Mold up on the board there for opportunity for a power play here, opportunity for the barrier to be taken, but Flowers and Spartan buying so much time, going back on the field. Fudgy Waffles getting it down though, Everlasting Taco securing the barrier take, piercing shot does not find the connection. Coin does not find the connection on the dash punch either though. Core flip unfortunately wasted there by Taco, and going to be used by Flowers here, countered by Pass Splitter. Glitch Pop as well is a little bit too late on the trigger there, doesn't get the connection.
Yeah, the core trying to be pushed into the defense of Spartan there, but the Tofu Fortress shuts that down immediately as a barrier drops on Drulax's side as well. Coin now very low, needs to be careful, but a great evade keeps him alive as Everlasting Taco now is still on taking a lot of damage.
No!
And the core, unfortunately, just slowly falls into the goal there. Very much a Dubu needs more movement speed moment, I think.
Unfortunate angle off the middle there though, and just... what can you do? It's going to be Rasmus here with the opportunity to pick up size, Might of Colossus even. So many good things here. Aimee looking at getting the Deadeye, not sure if that's going to fall. It's going to be Dubu with Might of the Colossus. Rasmus is built different. Does actually favor the Dubu slightly because he already has a lot of size on that Powerhouse Pauldrons. It's a lot of power coming with that one. Asher getting no size, no speed. Spark to Focus, though, we were talking a lot about that earlier. Just that 1 point or first set pickup on a Spark is pretty darn nice.
It is really nice, however, optimally you don't want it on your goalie, because if you're in a world where you're now winning the next set, Julak is not likely to be the one that gets the first pick. But even then, it's nice to at least get some value out of it, and also warp the draft in a way where now the side of When in Rome needs to actually deny Sparks when maybe they don't want to be doing that. What they want to be doing is KOing you, and Fudgy took a lot of damage there just a second ago, so they're definitely trying to execute that right.
Yeah, but Coin also taking a lot of damage. Cyber Swipe from Flowers is really good to secure the barrier, and a good rotate from Spartan means that he can actually defend for a little bit. Coin can fall back, get an orb, and be not quite right as Rain, but at least not quite as close to Death's Door on this one. Has to run back and get another goalie orb there. Gonna have to be taxing the goalie's goodwill on that one. Can only steal so many orbs. But Fudgy Waffles trying to get it across here. Taco as well for a setup, but Firewall Sentry from Flowers, really nice pass down to Coin, pass back up. Never mind, it goes back and forth in the middle of the map for a little bit. Set up in the corner with the core flip barrier beam. Night Market angle not hit, and Flowers gets an own barrier!
Oh, these flip angles, they're just not working out for everyone today, but a nice attack there. They'll actually get the barrier off of Drulak now. Fudgy also assisting with that defense. Drulak has a flip available if they do need to use it, as Fudgy needs to be careful not to be taken out. Spartan will hold that goal for now, but a beautiful piercing shot will actually bounce it off the wall and send it up to the upper half of the goal. Spartan not able to get there as the somersault has already been used to try to get down.
Yeah, I mean, what a chaotic point there at the end especially. Hopefully not too many more own goals, but it is, of course, always funny to see them. Firewall Sentry expires before it can boost the core forward, though. Elvis Taco buying a lot of time. Fudgy Waffles holding this middle as well to try and mark Coin, but Coin marks as Rasmus takes him off the field there. Pass Splitter buys even more time. Now it's only a few more seconds till Rasmus is back on the field, and Julak still has the core flip for a worst-case scenario. Is going to use it to send it up to the top, but actually own barriers there with Flowers just securing it with the Cyber Swipe as well. So nicely found there in the power play, but it's still only a 1-to-1 on that. Tofu Fortress also used their very important defensive ability. Dash Punch not going to find the connection on Fudgy Waffles. Taco racing forward. Death Touch the Aimee out of the way as well. A lot of damage on this Aimee piercing shot as well. Used their core flip from the Juliet countered as well. Julak finding the strikes, but Fudgy Waffle has the opportunity to back him up there. Barrier still standing after all of that, and Coin has to run back once again for another goalie.
Yeah, Molt got really low there, but fortunately for them, Orb was respawning, and I think their entire team picked that up, which is also not something you're going to see quite often, especially with a Brawler being that far back. Talking about Brawlers, though, Coin gets a beautiful KO on Taco there, gives another power play now in favor of When in Rome, but they do still need to get the barrier. Julak on the Asher is really strong defensively. It's really difficult to force that through an Asher, so you're going to have to try to find angles together with the Emitter, together with the Tofu Fortress, but they still cannot get it past, as the HP is looking really low now When in Rome.
Yeah, low on HP, and it will matter there. Aimee gets taken off by Fudgy Waffles, I believe it was. And it's going to be a power play here for the side of Mold, looking to get things done. Corvo was really nice, but Julak with a great dash into the strike is able to save the barrier for a second, but Coin does get it back on the rebound. Lose some HP, but HP does not matter if you can score the goal. Although, looking pretty close there. Almost, it is going to be the barrier going down. When in doubt, Flowers can own goal in the barrier, unfortunately, again. And then it's going to be Fudgy Waffles whipping the strike, Coin putting it through, Julak's barrier being nice find on that very tight angle, but what a way for those rebounds to go.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks silly whenever it happens, right? But it's all a combination of just how fast-paced the game is and how complicated the game is. Because you're on a map like Night Market, you have a lot of decisions that you need to make quick, and you need to be pretty precise. And if you just even hesitate a moment, or just decide a little bit wrongly once or twice, it can just look quite silly, right? So both of these teams are holding on really well, but again, they're just punishing each other as well when they do take these missteps. As the flip almost takes a barrier, and now open goal on the side of Mold. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to hold on to this point or not.
Yeah, the pressure exhibited by these teams is immense on each other there. As you're absolutely right, it takes a lot of speed and precision, which usually don't go hand in hand. So, you know, you're off by a fraction of a degree on one of these Night Market angles, and it is not going to go the way you wish there. Julak, great defense there in the face of Coin's dash punch. Everlasting Taco taking a lot of damage, but is hovering around the middle of the map, trying to stay alive, gets the speed, runs around, trying to get this rebound to this pass from Fudgy. Not quite finding Crystal Thorns, gets it forward though. Piercing shot as well. Pendulum swing almost takes Flowers off the map there. Flurry as well, keeping it forward. Coin with the dribble with the core flip, not going to invest just yet. Spartan getting it down over to Flowers. Glitch Bomb as well through, and it goes in. When in Rome, going up 2-1.
Julak being a bit greedy there, not wanting to use that flip, and was not able to get there in time with the dash. So that's going to put When in Rome one goal away from evening things out in a set, together with having a flip on Coin and Spartan. So we'll see if they're going to be able to make use of it. But the core does find its way past Spartan to take the first barrier, but immediately answered by Coin there with a KO on their own to get another power play going for When in Rome. El Taco almost taking the barrier there though with a great intercept.
Coin, though, finding the angle onto Julak just to get it just barely around him and using the core flip as well. Barrier does not go down, so when able to tie up the score in barriers. Coin almost dead, has to use the core flip there just to stay alive, which is really unfortunate, but at least he doesn't die on that one. Taco looking to remedy that, though, with Pendulum Swing is going to miss, unfortunately, for Taco. Julak as well, dashing forward, will not have that ability for a little bit longer, but at least only has to hold the one barrier for now. Coin, Taco, it's going to be Taco going off the map there, Coin running away, and Flowers using the bait of this Juliet to get the kill, and that's going to be Coin taking another person off this field. Stell goes down. Raz was back on at least, but the power play extends a lot longer. Can Spartan get something done? Has to use the core flip actually, and Cyberswipe whiffs, but actually it's just for style points. A little bit of a distraction there. Goal is open now. Piercing shot, actually really nice prediction there on Flowers' pass up to Coin. Flowers trying to get it through. Dash punch though will be the answer to getting it through this Asher, and that is going to be a tie-up of the sets. When in Rome, going 1-1.
And you get the first pick onto Coin, which is quite valuable if you get the right awakenings for it. Going into it now, we do have Quick Strike, we do have Sparkle Leadership. There's not really a game-changing Julie awakening here, unfortunately, for Coin. But you do have Hotshot, you do have Super Search, you have a lot of good Amy awakenings here. So the Quick Strike's going to fall into Coin's hands. I believe Fudgy, never mind, I thought he would pick up the Hotshot, but goes for the Super Search deny, making sure that Flowers does not get that stronger secondary. A Spark pickup for Julak, though. Very surprised that falls down to him, because it's Sparkle Leadership, which means, again, it's just going to snowball, and now it's going to snowball for the entire team. So that could be quite scary, but across the field, a lot of high-value awakenings being picked up, and all of them kind of just enhancing what they already want to be doing, right? Damage for damage characters, size for Dubu, because, you know, Dubu, and movement speed or some kind of movement ability for the ones that want to be mobile.
Yeah, it's going to be a barrier going down there due to some unfortunate positioning. Almost said Pendulum Swing getting it on the Night Market angle again. It's just been an absolute demon this match as the teams are struggling to fight against it. Finally, the clear is kind of completed there. Everlasting Taco gets a pickup on that one. Not going to be intercepted. There you go. Fudgy Waffles with the piercing shot, with the Rose Rope, getting it forward, but the Somersault sends it right back to where it came from. Coin taking a lot of damage on all these trades, but managing to stay alive so far. Firewall Sentry pushes down to the bottom, but not through Pass Splitter as well, getting a nice bit of clear on that one. Spartan not able to get there in time, loses one barrier. Coin once again having to run all the way back to get this goal here, but that's a lot of pressure off of the side of Mold, but they're not able to do too much with it just yet.
Even used the flip there, but Spartan does a good job defending that with the double log. Dash punch not finding the KO on Fudgy, but of course still being carried upfield as the side of Rome are trying to find their way into an attacking position. But again, it's so difficult with Fudgy and Taco doing such a good job in that midfield area. But in the end, sometimes you just need a little bit of an angle that no one expects. And Julak, again, Asher goalie, really good in close range, not that great at range. And you saw it right there, the quarters bounces right past him.
Yep, it's so difficult to contend with on that one. You really have to have dash up and barrier beam if you want to have a hope of that one, but even then, you're still pretty slow. There's been no speed awakenings on this Asher just yet. It's also a lot of damage on Taka, who goes down due to the somersault from the massive Dubu there. And Julak has the core, is going to stall it for a little bit of a second there. Loses one barrier, not the end of the world. It can be a little bit worse here. Coin looking to get the second one. Will with the dash punch over the top of the pass splitter, which is really nice to see. The dribble does fail, but the Token Fortress backs him up for a little bit longer. Picking up another orb, passing through the speed gate. Bataka gets the intercept, force out the core flip on this Dubu, and almost gets it through. The somersault is going to be the answer in the end, but a lot of pressure, a lot of things used here by the side of When in Rome. Death Touch actually really nicely done to pick it up and put it into the barrier. Julak having to use the core flip there, and Coin actually getting it through with the last strike after the dash punch. Nicely found.
And that's always such a strong play if you get something like that, because not only did you make sure that Julak doesn't have flip anymore, you immediately used it against him and just scored on him. So now you got an energy advantage going into this next point, and also, obviously, the point advantage, as Rome is now 2-0 and looking to get another set going for themselves here. And immediately starting off the attack with a power play and a barrier take. A second barrier take as well, so Fudgy and Julak have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, When in Rome really locking in there. Everyone playing so much better in the last few seconds. Just landing the combos, landing the angles, landing the pass. Beautiful there from Flowers down to Coin as they just send it right through the middle of the formation of this mold colony.
Yeah, not able to interrupt that great positional play. And another rewarding draft as we now get a 1-2 punch onto Coin. Coin already being lethal with this Juliet, finding KOs. 1-2 punch definitely going to enable that even further, but they did see it in the end. I was about to say, there's a spark. Julak's on 2 already. You probably don't want to give him a third. So, did swap over to Spark of Strength there to deny that. Very valuable as Peak Performance finds its way onto Spartan. Gonna give a little bit of mobility. Timeless Creator for Julak is also a great pickup as it does enhance Asher's defenses, right? Her primary. The creation she creates on top of her is enhanced by the Timeless Creator, which makes her a lot stronger on defense. Fudgy getting heavy impact for more damage. But I'm not sure if it's necessarily going to change. The draft's necessarily going to change the game as it stands right now, so we'll see if it does make the difference.
Yeah, you just the Tip Fortress coming out there, Taco trying to get it through here, but it's so difficult to get through or around when you have that Token Fortress taking up half of the map. Julak playing very far up as well. Kind of nice to see on that one. It's very easy to fall back on Asher and just play defensive, but sometimes you do have to run forward. Somersault is really nice, though. Means that there's no opportunity to strike it away from that. Julak down pass on Fudgy, who wasn't expecting it, unfortunately, so they don't get the connection on that one. Coin wins a strike where there as well, sends it down to the bottom, picks it up for the first barrier. Glitch pop from Flowers, gets the second, and When in Rome really is just beginning to run away. The flurry comes out as well, forces the core flip from Julak just to stay alive. Glitch pop sends it back up. Flowers, Coin, both almost with core flip, but it's just going to go in. Unfortunate angle on that one.
Yeah, not quite, didn't hit the core quite correctly there, but you can see it already. Rome's just being so oppressive, right? Getting barriers, core not even getting close to Spartan because they're holding it up front so often. And now Coin and Flowers also have flip available for them, which means it's probably just going to be more of the same. As one barrier drops, the second one almost does as well. Coin tries to get a little bit fancy with it, but it does get defended as all three members of Mold are holding this barrier on. But the question is just how long. They do find a kill in the end for a power play, and hopefully that power play is going to shift momentum for them. But a clean backpass from Flowers there, actually, to keep core possession incredibly valuable.
Yeah, a really nice angle on that one. It actually gets the barrier as well. Flowers really just showcasing what it takes to be in midfield here. The ability to rotate around, hit the angles when it counts. Coin using the flurry there and actually gets it right through, unfortunately, for the side of When in Rome. But Mold has the opportunity here, has 2 core flips on those forwards. Rose Warp through, piercing shot to get the first barrier. Taco very low on health using the core flip there with Pendulum Swing, not going to find the angle. Flowers trying to get around with Cyber Swipe, is not going to find the connection on that one either. Glitch Drop gets a little bit of damage, but not too much else. And the Death Touch as well only finds a little bit of damage from Flowers, who is actually now half HP, so it's an opportunity here for Mold to come back in this one, get a little bit of a kill edge. We need a kill into Rasmus, though, unfortunately. When in Rome, looking to get another point here. This will put them 1 away from match point if they get it. Cyber Swipe actually forced out the core flip there. Fudgy Waffles reading into the combo a little bit too early, and it's going to mean that there's no evasion left for what's to follow, and it's the log from Dubu that sinks the shot in the end. All resources, all energy already invested. There's nothing on the side of Mold left to stop him.
Yeah, and Coin is just playing out of his mind right now. Getting so many kills, getting so much pressure on the field, being everywhere where he needs to be to do everything that he can do on the Juliet. And what he can do is quite strong, very good as well. But we'll have to see if that's going to keep up, or if maybe the side of Mold's going to find a way to kind of counteract what is being played out right now, because it very much seems like the side of Rome is just kind of overrunning them whenever they get themselves into an attacking position.
Yeah, and a great angle there from Flowers there to actually get it off the night market angle into that second barrier. We almost see the end there, but it is not quite the perfect connection on that punch from Juliet. It's going to actually be the double barrier opening up here for the side of Mold. Can they actually get it in here is the problem, though, because there's just so much oppressive force here from Rome. They're trying to get it through. Taco gets it along the bottom, but he doesn't have too much left to actually do it. Pass Splitter helps get it forward, but Fudgy Waffles on the pickup here. Taco interrupted by the somersault there. Glitch Pop as well invested. Coin, Firewall Sentry here coming down, but the core escapes through it. And there's going to be the Rose Warp forward. Fudgy Waffles no health, but might be able to do something here. Passes down to Taco. Taco running forward. Pendulum swing up to the top. And Mold finally back on the board after what seems like 2 sets where they just could not do anything to Rome. And yeah, I will say, go for it.
Go ahead.
So
and it's
we're Mold so was good the one. It's so good. But Rome was actually the underdog in this one. So we were talking about it earlier, where both of these teams were, following the seeding to the letter. And if that's the case, then Mold has a bit of a path ahead of them. They have to get the next 2 sets here. But it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle.
Yeah, most definitely. But it's very important for Mold here to keep on this momentum, right? Because you get a goal finally. You are in a situation where it was so difficult for you to play it out. And now you find that goal. You find a KO here even. And you need to continue to ride that high. You need to catch that momentum and keep playing on it. Because if you don't, you're looking at a losing game here. So they do get both barriers down on Spartan, which is excellent. But now they need to get the core out again. And that's usually where the difficulty was so far. Getting this core away from Flowers and Coin and getting an attack going. Fudgy trying to do his best there to get it out. And they do actually get it back into the midfield line.
Yeah, the difficulty is getting it through and having enough abilities to actually get it through this Dubu, because it's just not easy to do that. Coin not able to counter the flip this time. Julak did learn from the last time that happened and was aware of that strike coming up at the end of it. A bit of a night market loop there, bouncing around the middle there. Fudgy Waffles not finding the connection on the strike there. Flowers running forward here along the bottom, has the Coin, but Julak with the dash strike able to get it through. Pendulum who doesn't knock out Flowers there. Pass Splitter barely saves the barriers. It's still standing. Piercing shot to the bottom, but Spartan is available to defend that one. Flowers taking a little bit of damage, but not too much. Julak goes a little too far, but the Death Touch does find the save on that one. Log counters the Pendulum swing. Spartan down to the bottom. Fudgy Waffles there. Going forward, Glitch Pop managing to secure the barrier. Nicely done. Firewall Sentry Shirley coming up soon. Never mind, not necessary. When in Rome, able to get the upset. They saw that there were so many upsets in the tournament. They're like, well, when in Rome, do as Romans. There's been so many upsets today. We'll do one more. Seed 5 beating Seed 4 when in Rome. Taking the victory on this one.
Yeah, Mold seemed to get into the groove of things towards the end again, but they couldn't get it past Spartan anymore. And then with due time, Coin and Flowers were able to set themselves up and get that last goal in. So again, very well played from both of the teams, but in the end, the side of When in Rome ended up being more victorious here, and you can see it as well. Spartan holding it absolutely down in the net, 110 saves, just not allowing any core to go through them. KOs being found, again, more in favor of the side of When in Rome, Coin being so lethal around the edges, and even Flowers chiming in with 2 of them. Actually, even Spartan has a KO to be working with, which is always great to see.
Yeah, a lot of rotation there from the side of When in Rome. Even Spartan helping out with a goal, even to that extent of the rotations. Every time the damage piled on from the side of Mold, they were almost able to get the kill. And then you see Coin has 26 orbs. So is able to just go around, pick up the goalie orb, and then Spartan knew to go forward. And they were just so smooth on those rotations that it really just controlled the game, kept the KOs to a minimum from the side of Mold, and helped them to just stay in the game, stay in the play, and control. Despite, there were a few moments, of course, we did have the one set from Mold that looked really strong, and towards the end they were coming back, but everything else was just in control from When in Rome.
Yeah, I think Mold just had such a hard time setting themselves up for their attacking patterns, because whenever you're trying to set yourself up, you just kind of have Coin next to you who is threatening a dash punch, or Flowers who is threatening a cyber it's a secondary from AB, which is always very difficult to work around with as well. And When in Rome definitely Deserving of the victory, but Mold definitely not out of this Launchpad either just yet.
Yep, we do have a losers bracket to look forward to of these next teams going forward, but we still have one more winners side one to get through, which we'll get to after a short break. Welcome back, everybody. We have another Top Cut qualification match for you today. It's going to be Final Destination versus the scriptwriters on this one. Should be a lot of fun, and, you know, these teams are pretty good at this point in the game, so it should be pretty exciting. What do you think about this one?
Yeah, again, another exciting matchup, right? Both teams having obviously shown a good performance so far to be in the winner qualifiers of Launchpad 1, right? And I'm more curious to see where it's going to go again with terms of maps, because we've seen both sides now. We've seen a little bit more spicy picks. We've seen more standardized picks in the last round as well with the eye market. So I'm curious to see where it's taking us this time, and if we're going to see something more spicy or if we're just going to be a bit more standard with it. And we are on Taiko Temple, so we're going a bit more standard, and we're seeing Dubu versus Atlas. We do love that.
Woo. I had my fill of the Dubu Atlas matchups at the LAN. I mean, of course, they're very good characters, piloted by some very good players. So there is some excitement to be said for how they clear and how they play. But also, Dubu versus Atlas for the umpteenth time does have its its staleness at a certain point. But we do see on the other side, Sovereign on that Asher is going to be a highlight. Eternal Arctic on the IME, piloting it pretty well as well. Almost finding a double barrier there, but the guy that gets up top with the X had the Asher stolen from him, of course. So he's going to be probably pretty mad about that one.
Yeah, most definitely. But you do have a very intriguing situation this time around, as immediately the first goal gets found. And that kind of leads into what I want to say. You have a Castellast Spark start, and obviously Spark game's already heavy on scaling. But then one team also has Era X. So this is actually a very interesting situation. Without these awakenings, I would say the side of scriptwriters, they kind of need to win early, get momentum early, and snowball the game, because otherwise Era X are just going to get too scary to deal with. But now with the possibility of scriptwriters picking up Sparks down the line as well, and maybe getting a really good Spark lead early on, it might even out. So I'm curious to see how it's going to go and how it's going to plan out, as, yeah, the barrier's gone.
So is the goal as well, following up the glitch pop and the pass, but are a lot invested there. But well worth it as a goal is secured, a 2-0 lead and a blitzing start, as you're absolutely right that if there is a Spark lead here, it can kind of nullify some of that X scaling. So exciting to see that from the side of the scriptwriters. If glitch pop gets it forward as well, Sovereign dribbling with the barrier beam as well, but the somersault is really nice as well. Sovereign taking a lot of damage, barrier as well does go down, Eternal on that support, but not quite finding the second one just yet. Never mind, it's going to be the core flip from Rayboy that sends it out.
Getting the flip out, though, is still very valuable, because you're still in an advantageous position. You actually get the barrier out completely, as the side of scriptwriters now are looking to close out the set 3-0 already. Megaverse doing a good job defensively there, keeping the core, making sure that not a barrier drops. And energy bars are filling up on their side as well. The guy that tries to get a KO, but Eternal is going to be able to get out of the way early enough. The Megaverse trying to hold on to that barrier, but will sacrifice one to hold it on to the second.
And it's going to be Sovereign winning the strike war in front of the barrier there, even though somersault not enough to save it, as a 3-0 sweep in absolutely blistering fashion here, as Sovereign is going to be the one to get the pick. And if you're on the side of the scriptwriters, you hope for a spark of agility. It's not going to be any sparks this time, which is good for the side of Final Destination, as they don't have that denied away. But all the same, Asher gets size, speed, or quick strike, so it's going to be size.
Yeah, size going to help a lot. Missile propulsion, though, for Rainbow P is going to be very good. It's going to allow him to walk up, to make use of that Dubu ultimate, and be so much more annoying for Megaverse defensively. And the Monumentalist pickup for the greatest meme as well, also really strong. So even though they lost the set, I don't think they can complain, especially with the fact that the guy that gets still has size left over. On the other hand, you do have Eternal with Adrenaline Rush, so if you do find KOs, it's going to snowball very heavily. And Quick Strike for Megaverse is definitely also not bad. But this very much did not feel like a draft that should have gone, or that went into favor of the scriptwriters. Actually, more the opposite, even though the scriptwriters were the team that ended up winning that first set.
Yeah, a lot of size coming up there, but it also means that there's less size available later on, so this is as big as some of the characters are going to get it. Just Demolitionist left in the pool. Or maybe might have the Colossus too, never mind, I'm done. But still, that being said, it is going to be the barrier taken here first by Final Destination. Almost a second one, but not quite. Eternal on the bottom here. The Monumentalist NATO as well from Era coming out there to push it forward. The guy gets getting bounced off the drum there. The Firewall Sentry and the Pass Splitter also use a double barrier pickup here. When Glitchpop gets it forward, strike, not quite enough from Sovereign, but with the Cyber Swipe to follow it up, it is going to be a guaranteed goal. And even in the face of a rather lackluster draft, scriptwriters still taking the lead.
Yeah, taking the lead and keeping both energy bars full. So Sovereign and Eternal will have something to work with as well in just a few seconds as the Era tries to force it, but Sovereign with a beautiful KO there uses the flip to get that advantage as the power play commences now. The guy that gets with a nice strike though will take one barrier down. Sovereign almost taking the second one, forces the flip out of Ray Volley. So we'll see if that's going to keep up or not. The barrier does drop in the end. Eternal now trying to carry the core up with the aiming turret, but the guy that gets very much there to deny that.
Yeah, and Cyber Swipe again from Eternal, not quite finding it. The X Maximus Bull Rush combo also almost killing this Imi, but not quite. So again, a lot of cooldowns out of the way. Ash Protection sends it up to the top, and Mega First putting the goal in goalie, showing us how it's done, and taking a 2-0 lead for the scriptwriters.
Yeah, that's the value of the strike shot range, right? That primary it just reaches so much further, it makes the Atlas so much more difficult to deal with, and also allows Atlas to do stuff like that, to walk up like that. So very well executed from the side of the scriptwriters, as again they're trying to get the corner offense going, but it's defended well. The Greatest Meme took a lot of damage for it though, and Sovereign's very much looking to try to get him off the map.
Yeah, but not quite managing it just yet. Cyber Swipe as well used there. Sad Boys from Eternal with the miss. Classic emote on that one. Going to be one bear going down here, but not two just yet for the side of the scriptwriters. Sovereign taking a lot of damage as well, and now he's going to be killed. X Maximus, nice pickup by the guy that gets, and the guy that is getting on that one. The Maelstrom as well from Era secures one barrier. Constant Expanse means that the second one doesn't go down just yet, and time is bought. 2 seconds now. Asher is back on the field. It's going to be the barrier defended. Nicely done by Megaverse on that last second strike there. Firewall Sentry comes out to buy some more time. Keep it in the corner. Cyber Swipe comes out as well. Barrier Beam guaranteeing to get that barrier in the end. The strike's too strong.
Yeah, really well executed. Rayboy P is now trying to walk up as well. Maybe use that flip. The guy that gets us not connect with the core as Megaverse plays it around them perfectly. As now Sovereign's trying to get to the core, but Eternal will jump on top of it, and a nice glitch pop will actually confirm the goal. The flip not coming out from Rayboy P in time. And that's going to be another now in favor of the scriptwriters as they're looking to run away with this game.
Yeah, crazy angle on that one off the drum for the bonus speed. We're going to have 2 sparks available here. Again, a lot of sparks available on each team, so Xen basically guaranteed to get a spark there. Imi going for the Demolish Deny against the Dubu. Makes a lot of sense, deny the size, and then X having that spark of agility.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm not really a brawler player. I'm curious if Spark of Agility is optimal here, or if you'd want to go something like Heavy or Specialized just to lean more heavily into the KO. But as it plays out, both teams get 1 spark. The leadership on the Megaverse is going to be nice because Strength is still in draft. So if this game doesn't end after this set, Megaverse can contest that, and it's going to bring a lot of value to the team if he does end up getting it. Bulk up for Sovereign is going to be very good as well. Obviously, bulk up a lot of great value across the field. But as you can see, the KOs, they're not going to be stopped anytime soon as Eternal gets that Adrenaline Rush value, and Megaverse walking up very far, which is why this Atlas is so strong as well. If you get that aggression going, it's so difficult to defend. The barrier does drop. Flip from Eternal, possibly coming soon. No, the Greatest Beam taking a lot of damage and gets KO'd in the end as, again, the Adrenaline Rush procced again on Eternal. The scriptwriters just have this game under their control so strongly.
It's going to be Sovereign securing the goal as well, not even needing to use the core flip, just forcing it through with the barrier beam. And Rayboy didn't even get a chance to use his own core flip on that one, so just well executed once again by the scriptwriters. And I was about to say, like, oh, agility's not that bad on X because, it allows him to keep pace with the X Maximus and chase people down, but that does not matter if he loses entire health bar just trapped in a corner. Eternal also going forward with the glitch pop, trying to potentially even kill the Dubu there. Great save from Megaverse on that one. Just seeing the Bull Rush X Maximus coming and making sure that there's not an opportunity on that one. Core flip used to get the core, gets a lot of damage on the guy that gets as well. Pass back, very dangerous, can be close to that X Astral Projection as well. Barrier Beam coming out. Greatest Beam taking so much damage, but still alive for now.
Yeah, and the attack going, the barrier dropping, Gaming Turret was there as well. Greatest Beam trying to get it past Megaverse, but again, even if it comes down to it, Megaverse will have a flip. The core flies to the defense of Brave OAP as Eternal's trying to set up with a Cyber Swipe there. Will not be able to get the core in as the flip actually sends it to the other side, and the barrier is dropped off of Megaverse. Greatest Beam now trying to get it up. The guy that has flipped together with Greatest Beam, so we'll see if they're going to be able to use that to get the score in, but so far they're holding on to both of their flips. One coming out, but immediately gets denied.
Yeah, a lot of core speed now in overtime, but not going into the goal just yet. Cyber Swipe sends it through off the drum. Sovereign gets the pickup on it and sends it through, and now the scriptwriters 1 point away. But also, you know, if they're writing the script, I'd want to have a little bit more close in this. So maybe they let Final Destination have the set, let him get a little bit closer on this one, let him have a chance, you know?
Would be more intriguing, but if we're thinking about the script for themselves, they're very much looking to do the exact opposite of that, as one barrier did in the end drop on their defense here, but again, they're just so strong offensively, sending the core up front. Sovereign almost being taken out there as the guy that gets now. Does get the second barrier as well, has a flip available on this X, but the aim turret shuts that down. The Asher ultimate coming through as well, just making it so impossible for them to get the core out, as the corner offense will now progress. Sovereign has a flip, gets one strike for the barrier, gets the second one with a little bit of luck from the X there, as they're again on the offense in the corner, making it so difficult to really get the core out for 8x P.
Yeah, Sovereign taking a lot of damage to do this, but it might not matter. Never mind. The NATO almost gets the kill. Sovereign having to retreat to the Orb and the Cosmic Expanse, or the Celestial Intervention on that one. Path Splitter comes out as well. Sovereign barrier beaming it through once again. Sovereign just on fire on this Asher, not shying down, just forcing it straight through and managing to secure the scriptwriters a 3-0 sweep in this and securing their top cut spot.
Yeah, and they played it out so well, and I think they also made they had an excellent draft for it as well, right? I personally believe on a map like Taiko Temple, Asher and Atlas both are such strong characters, and they were able to get their hands on both of them, and you see why they were such strong characters. When Sovereign was in that corner offense, you just couldn't get the core past them. Rayboy P tried so much. Dubu is not a bad character with trying to force the core through someone, but they just couldn't do it. They couldn't get it past Sovereign. And Megaverse played a very offensive Atlas line as well, which allowed them to create even more pressure in a team comp that already excels at it. So they just had everything they needed to work with to get themselves to victory here, and very much had a solid plan going into this Taiko Temple map.
Yeah, and a plan that worked out in the end. So despite talking about the scaling and such, unfortunately X never really got the chance on that one. Did have the Slick Kicks double Spark of Agility combo there, but wasn't able to outrun the death that came. So much damage coming out that even if he didn't die, he just wasn't able to impact so many times. And it really just goes to show. Script writers writing the script, showcasing their control over the map and how they were just able to box the entirety of Final Destination out of the plays here. So well played to them, a well-deserved spot in a top cut, but it's not quite the end of the road here. It is not the final destination of Final Destination, because they do still have the opportunity to go to the lower bracket run, join us later, but that's going to be a little bit longer, as we're going to take a little bit of a break before we go to that.
And welcome back to Liftoff Season 7. I'm Lego Mage, back from under the rock at the bottom of the lake, where I've been sleeping for many, many moons. Here with Gret. It's very exciting, because I don't think we've ever casted before. So this is going to be a massive treat for me, for sure. And we're going to be jumping right into the winners' semifinals, Pantheon versus Win in Rome. Gret, how's this looking? How's this series looking for you?
It's a very interesting match, actually. One of the teams I was absolutely keeping my eyes on as Liftoff or Launchpad came through was Pantheon, the Strages, Storm, and Loki NB team. They won ISS with Big Tilt, and now they have a different brawler, and they looked very dominant while doing so. So this is their kind of first foray into their attempt at making a league, kind of riding the high of that win. We're kind of seeing them go pretty crazy in this Launchpad. They've been going very well, and they've been looking incredibly strong, but the other team, Win in Rome, has also been very dominant. They took out, what was the name of the team? They took out Seed 4, right? Slime Mold Colony in a very close game. And they look very, very strong while doing so as well. Flowers and Coin, both very good, and Spartan look kind of unbreakable. So we'll see. Both teams with insane momentum right now. We'll see which one wins.
Yeah, absolutely. A matchup for the ages here. Try and find that qualifying spot. It's a nice start here. Super Surge, peak performance. So a lot of moving around here. We didn't really get a chance to look at the drafts, but melee goalies have been very popular so far at this Launchpad, it seems like, and nothing really changing here as we see the Dubu and the Atlas coming out yet again, but a goal opening up here. It's Win in Rome trying to make some offense happen, but Pantheon able to open up a goal of their own on the return. X on the top side, popping the X Maximus, trying to find a spot into the top corner. A nice Giga Blast from Strages gets it back over. Core Flip is available, but Spartan rotating it around. As we head into overtime, the Core Flip burnt off to Coin, but Storm making the rotation. And with the Bell Ringer, nice dribble there. We'll find the center of the goal, and Pantheon strike first.
That's the kind of Bell Ringer you always want to get. The X-players dream of that Bell Ringer, honestly. And one thing I think is worth looking out for this game is the Super Surge on Flowers on this Amy pick. She's a very, very strong player at finding those Cyber Swipe Lift Pop kills as Amy, and with the Surge, it's very, very enabled. So I think one thing that might even determine the game is whether or not Strages and Loki NB are capable of playing around that kill range.
Yeah, always something you have to watch out for. A start like this on a map like this as well. Night Market notorious with some of those edges sometimes. But one barrier for each side now, as Coin and Flowers working in the top corner, trying to force it down, but Storm and Strages having to put up a strong defense here. Strages having to burn the Core Flip, but will get it out of the zone. Loki NB not able to do much right there. Now Storm just waiting with the Core. Coin looking for a dash punch, finds it, but not able to connect with the barrier as the Firewall Sentry comes out, drops the flurries as well, but still going to come up empty-handed. The Soup coming out in midfield, and that's going to be a power play here for Pantheon. A nice elusive, as Strage is almost taken off the map by Flowers. Looking for this power play kill here. Looks like they will for their forward to come back online. Loki NB dashing way in. Core Flip burnt by Spartan, but a bad bounce sends it right back down. And Loki NB able to get the barrier. Core Flip here in the center, right to the top. And now it's set point for Pantheon.
It's a great shot, and honestly, already Loki NB is looking like he's taking the series over. He's always in the right spot as X, always with the right abilities and flip and resources to get the job done on this net. It feels like every time the ball gets to him, something is going to happen. And Win in Rome might have to keep an eye out for that and realize where this X is positioning and try to play the ball away from those kinds of areas in their own possession.
Absolutely. A good forward is a very scary thing to have to contend with, but Flowers, you mentioned it before, that Cyber Swipe could have hurt, and even burnt the Core Flip as well to pick up that KO, but it's a big power play here for Win in Rome, and they are pressing every advantage they can. We see Spartan walking up in midfield as well, but Storm holds it down in the top corner, and Loki NB back online here, gets KO'd again immediately by Flowers, the Cyber Swipe to Glitch Pop combo. And now Core Flip's got to be burnt here by Storm. They have to kill off yet another power play here. Flowers and Coin still pressing this top corner. Drops the Firewall Sentry, but Strages and Storm, they clear out once the flurries. Burnt the Core Flip here as well by Coin, but Loki NB responds. And Win in Rome, they just cannot find that bottom barrier.
I was going to say, this is exactly what a Win in Rome favored point would look like. 2 Cyber Swipe Lift Pop kills on the enemy brawler back to back. But look whose barrier just fell. It's not the side of Pantheon. When in Rome has their kind of win condition here, but they're not able to convert those into the goals.
Yeah, Strages and Storm just putting on an endurance masterclass defensively right now. And give Loki NB all the chances they can possibly need. Coin and Flowers going back at it yet again in the midfield, but Loki NB able to interrupt now, dribbling up the bottom side of the field with the bell ringer. Gets past the expanse here, but the core going to float away just a bit. Now Coin the top side with the flurries. Storm burning all the Dubu abilities, but does clear the core out. Glitch up here, not able to connect. Loki NB in the top corner, forces the core flip out of Spartan. Pops the X Maximus now. A nice strike war here from Spartan, though, to keep it out of the goal. They're just buying time. Flowers having to play a little bit more defensively here, knowing this threat of Loki on the X. The Giga Blast not able to pick up the KO, but drop the Tofu, and Spartan not able to line up the strike shot. It's going to ricochet around, and that's going to be a goalie goal from downtown. The Loki NB will get the credit for the redirect, and that's the first set going to Pantheon.
Yeah, almost an unexpected angle off of the bumper there. Spartan wasn't ready for it, and I don't know who would be, honestly. Going into this draft, though, the size awakening on Debu is absolutely catastrophic for When in Rome. It's insane for Pantheon, this pickup, because it's already hard to score on the Debu. If he's gotten an even bigger strike hitbox right now, it's going to be even more difficult. And a lot of the time we're seeing Flowers is using these abilities to set up the 1v1 for Coin, but if the 1v1 is getting this much harder for Coin to win, it's going to be a really awkward game for them to try to pilot their way through. The prime time for Atlas will give them more chances, and the timeless for IME, notably, will have a lot of more dangerous checkmate situations set up against Dubu, but they have to get themselves in that spot in the first place, and that would be a little bit difficult versus a Kai who just picked up speed.
Yeah, absolutely. The ability to reposition, then you have that big Dubu in the back line. Just lock everything down there at the end, and even with that spark of leadership as well, Pantheon have their late game possibly secured here. We'll see if When in Rome can make the stand. They got the prime time on the Atlas and might be able to defend a little bit better, get some around some of those passing plays. But so far, 30 seconds into the match, everyone's barriers still remaining up.
That's right, and we're seeing a difference in energy generation here. Flowers, who's been hitting the ball a little bit more, getting hit, dealing hits, has that flip very early because of that uptime for IME here. Kind of playing as the core of the team. The play kind of centers around her and bounces around, and she's kind of the center of the possession. We're seeing, as a result, the most energy is being generated for her, and we can maybe see if that gets converted here. However, it's getting kind of cut off by Loki and B with that X Maximus. However, they do take the barrier with the dash range on the IME. Very powerful pickup indeed.
Oh, and the core flip here, but they're going to pick up a KO onto the Juliet and Coin down. 2 flips available here for Pantheon. Core flip from Strages, traded with the core flip from Spartan. Flowers keeping control with the glitch pop, buying a few precious seconds for Coin to respawn, and they will. The Loki MD with the core flip in the top side picks up the second barrier. Can receive a pass here, but the big firewall sentry comes out. Buys just enough time to keep it out for the moment. Coin trying to get it past Strages, but a pass up to the top side. And my game just lagged out entirely.
There was some great spacing on the bell ringer from Loki and B. Seeing the ball was going in and walking through it to make sure that his bell ringer wouldn't redirect it off to take it away from that scoring course. Also playing to hit on the enemy team while he's at it. Very well played from Loki and B. He hasn't been playing in a league in a long time, but he honestly looks just as strong as he left off.
Yeah, it seems like my internet is acting up a little bit at the moment, so hopefully the lag won't be too bad, but it looks like it's getting fixed a little bit right now, so hopefully we're good. But first barrier going over to When in Rome. Strages pushing up, looking for the pass to Loki here, but Flowers doing a good job cutting that option off. We'll receive some of the healing here from Spartan, picks up the KO onto Loki. Core flip from Coin's going to get blocked out by this Dubu. As When in Rome look to control the core, make something happen on this power play here. Drops the firewall sentry. A lot of damage onto this Kai. The barrier will go down here. Coin with the core. That nice little back pass, but Storm with a good strike forward to clear it out. Up through the middle. Loki and B going to take over. Oh my goodness gracious. Getting a little bit of lag at the moment. I apologize.
Oh, with this open net here, Storm is so large that he's able to cover almost the entire thing as long as he has that wall to back him up, blocking off Coin. He's able to just walk up and cover the open shots as long as he has an ability. It's like it's impossible to score on him with this massive Dubu. It's even no amount of hit stun, no amount of spacing. You just need to keep running that offense until he runs out of those cooldowns, because otherwise there's really no chance to score on him. He's playing it super, super well too, layering his own cooldowns very effectively, make sure he always has one available, so long as they don't have that super, super threatening offense that are forcing it out constantly at back-to-back. And on this play, he does have a flip, both him and Strages actually, and neither of them will have to spend it because they both have that layering strikes. Very important skill to have, especially for two players who have played so long together. It's something you naturally develop over time. In Strages, one thing I'd like to note is that there have been 3 or 4 dash punches in this set alone aimed at him, and not a single one has killed. He's been positioning very well to make it so that it won't happen.
Okay, I think we're good now. But yeah, a longer point here for sure. Loki MB gonna burn out the court, flip, and getting the point back up to Coin to pick up the point. The first score here for Win in Rome in set 2, and they're looking to hopefully make a bit of a comeback. They're making these rounds go a lot longer than they were in the previous sets, which is a much better sign, and they've got pretty significant energy advantage here as well.
Almost able to control that middle barrier, but Strages was perfectly positioned to block it away. This, however, with the flip, Coin barely doesn't find it. If he found that flip, that would have been the second barrier guaranteed. His health now is looking like a problem. The Atlas ult will bring him back to full, or almost full, to the point where he's no longer killable. But this corner situation is exactly where Dubu wants the enemy team to be. He's able to defend it so effectively with his abilities.
Yeah, absolutely, and just keeping this one bottom barrier alive is all that they really need at the moment. Somersault against Coin. Dubu ability is getting burnt, and Coin, patient with the dash, will be able to pick it up and open the goal here. Flowers pushing up as well. They're looking for a clear on the side of Pantheon. Rotating around to the bottom side. The X-Maximus getting popped with some pressure on Spartan, but they can't get out of the hands of Coin's able to come up with the bottom side there in that little corner, wins the strike war, and now it's Win in Rome who are on set point.
Yeah, Coin punishing Strages for taking a dangerous strike war, taking him off the map almost for that whole second, and with that shot, he was able to find it right around Dubu, who wasn't really expecting that space to be open. His midfielder was right there, but if your midfielder's not winning the strike war, they're not covering the space.
For sure, and Flowers with a flip available. Strage is about to have one here as well. Dash punch from Coin doesn't quite pick up the KO. The battling over midfield. Core flip here from Flowers looking for the KO. Still doesn't find it. Core flip from Strage to try and get it past, and Coin able to drop the flurries with that specialized training. Take out the midfielder now. Brings it up to the top side. Coin about to have a flip here. And Loki already with one. Storm goes a little too far on the somersault. Unpunished though, as Flowers unable to connect with the barrier. And then midfielder responding just in time. They pick up both barriers on the return. A pass up to Loki. Doesn't find the core flip though, and Coin able to recover, trying to get it past the midfield line. And a tiny bit of breathing room for Win in Rome. But Storm dropping the soup in midfield. The core stuck up on this top side. Strage is taking over. A dash here from Flowers. Trying to interrupt. The glitch pop not able to connect. A Coin dribbling up the field. Dropping the flurries here. Has the flip available. Isn't going to burn it just yet though. Picks up that second barrier and an open goal available, dashing backwards to try to catch it. Jesus Christ, I'm on like 800 MS.
Yeah,
this
it's
is a bit
audible.
rough. Take over, quick.
All right. Well, this it's an overtime offense right now, and in overtime, a character like Amy and Julieta's favorite, however, the Giga Blast almost found the crazy angle to score it. Strages does have this flip to work with. It's so scary for Spartan, and it's like he doesn't even have any options to deal with. He doesn't have any cooldowns to work with. The flip into upwards shot right out of the strike range of Atlas. If he doesn't have a solid prediction and an ability, he can't cover that. Cleanly played from Strages, turning that energy into a goal. If you can consistently do that, you're set to win the series. And right into it, they have the possession again. Coin does find that first barrier, but he spends his ultimate on it. And because of that, he's getting completely attacked by abilities. The Atlas Red will bring him back just barely. Very well timed from Spartan, who seemed to get a lot of value out of his ultimate this game, honestly. Not many kills have been found for Pantheon. It's in huge part due to that Atlas Res. Some of them are reses, and a lot of them are just that raw healing value, because if you get any of the healing on there, then Pantheon doesn't have enough cooldowns to confirm that kill. And now Loki and V is the one low on HP, and it's not impossible to confirm it. The momentum is kind of in the favor of Win in Rome right now, pretty heavily. If Coin has that ultimate, if he has a dash punch, he can find the kill, and he's threatening it right now. So is Flowers, however. Loki ND is able to survive with some really good movement of his own, using his ult to recover that stagger. Now Coin's the one in danger. There's no Atlas ult to save him this time. The dash into the flip will keep him alive, and the Atlas ult is now back, able to heal him back to full. Two players almost taken out, two brawlers, but both with really, really well-played survival sequences, able to keep their lives and keep their offenses going. However, going into the rest of this point, you're back? Okay, got you.
It's just fluctuating randomly. I don't know, my internet's been weird lately, but it's good at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, but one barrier for each, as yet another pretty deep overtime point here is kicking off. The core just kind of getting rotated around pretty consistently, but Coin, the big dash punch, picks off Loki NB from the midfield. And now Win and Rome looking to take over. The Tofu dropped a tiny gap in the top side there. They're not able to find it, but they're able to keep control of the core. The Firewall Sentry coming out, cleared through the middle though. Spartan pushing up the midfield, and that will open up the goal. 2 flips available as well for Win and Rome. Going with the dash punch, gets a goal to KO, and Flowers with the core flip setup. That'll go right in. That'll be the set going over to Win and Rome.
Coin finding these kills, all of a sudden, it's a noticeable, stark difference. As soon as he does, the points start swinging super hard in favor of them. Flowers recognize that instantly too, with that flip to confirm the goal, making sure there's no chance for Pantheon to play that reverse power play out and stall them out. In this draft, though, there's a lot of strong options for Win and Rome here. The missile prop on Atlas, the extra special if he wants, the hot shot, 2 very notable pickup for that core speed and cooldown reduction. Kai will be going Adrenaline Rush just to make sure that Coin doesn't find those sudden dash punch kills and snowball the game out. As a result, Dubu will get that missile prop and Amy will get a Deadeye. Very important, this Deadeye could become a huge problem for Pantheon. Because Amy already has the Super Surge, she'll be proccing it almost every single dash punch attempt. That's just a massive knockback and damage increase that Pantheon will have to deal with. It's going to be very difficult for them, and they'll have to play pretty carefully around the edges for the rest of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a pretty loaded draft. Everyone, almost felt like everyone had to deny something, but also got something that they wanted at the same time. So just big awakenings. Just the board here. Win in Rome, picking up the first barrier, though. Loki NB pushing up to try and get that second one. Not able to find a good angle on that bell ringer, though. And taking quite a bit of damage here. Orb should be enough. Heal them up, looking for a KO on Coin, not able to quite line up the bull rush though, but the flurry's coming out, forces an evade out of Strages. There's the Firewall's entry drop. Loki NB eating a lot of damage from it though. Flowers looking for the KO, finds it from the midfield with the Deadeye Cyber Swipe. The Tofu Fortress to buy some time, but core flips are coming up all around for Win in Rome right here. They're going to have a huge chance for an offensive push. There's the Atlas healing onto Flowers. Loki NB will respawn. His second barrier, the bane of Win in Rome's existence. Core flip here from Flowers, sets herself up with the Cyber Swipe to pick it off and open the barrier. Core flip pass here from Spartan, and Coin able to find a hit stun on Storm. Doesn't even need to burn any resources, and the first point goes to Win in Rome.
Yeah, and it feels like Win in Rome right now have really, really adapted to this Dubu pick. They're playing to rotate around him every single time they see him committing to one side of the map. They put the ball on the other side and they start running offense from there. And it's been working so effectively right now. It's almost like every time the second barrier is taken, the Dubu is on the other side of the map every single time. They're able to kind of outpace him right now. That slow pick, as large as he is, as difficult to get through as he is. They have that dash range Ivy. They have the Juliet with that long dash presence. It's really, really hard for Pantheon to defend versus an offense like that. And we're seeing the value of it right now, with Coin finding a lot more dash punches too, notably. And when he's finding this range, this extra range for the kill for Juliet, he's able to threaten it and also find the kills for these power plays. It's very effective for them.
Yeah, Win in Rome have been able to find these edge KOs pretty consistently. It's really been the thing that's been keeping them in this for sure. Nice somersault from the Dubu. Oh, okay, there we go.
Going here, we have an open net for the side of Pantheon, and as difficult as it can be occasionally for extra score on it, all it takes is one open shot versus Atlas like that, and you're forcing out the flip already. However, Coin finding the 1v2 offense with just a punch alone, able to take that second barrier. That's an insane development for them. They're honestly posed to take this point so long as Storm loses this flip, and they're threatening over and over again to spend it. However, Storm is able to get that defense without spending his flip. Very, very comfortable for him as he gets to play the rest of this point without it. The Atlas secondary does come through. It does have the hot shot, however, Storm is able to find the rebound. And Coin with the dash punch forces out Storm's flip. However, the ultimate redirect from Loki MD does barely not score. Spartan has no ultimate to work with, but that dash, it might do it. The dribble off of the center. It's so fast with this overtime here. Spartan making sure that he has these abilities with that hollow shot and prime time. A lot of cycling for his abilities here. And Storm also has quite a bit of his own. However, he's been forced to spend a couple recently. If When in Rome wants to score, now's the time to do it. With that punch, it's not quite enough. Storm has his abilities back. They have the possession. The missile propulsion wall will wall off their own team, however. It'll be a bit counterintuitive, but Strages sets Loki NB up for a very strong offense right now. The flip gets batted away by the Hotshot Atlas secondary, however. X ultimate comes through. Is it enough? It is not enough, but it does force out Spartan's flip. That's exactly what you need to progress at this point. Going into this Bell Warrior is not enough. Spartan keeps the momentum on the core. But a wait. Spartan calls out the wait from Loki NB and reads the shot. That was so clutch from him. It's exactly what When in Rome needs here. Open shot. Loki NB is 1 HP. He's able to be killed by Coin, who I believe has his special ability. A swerve around for the ultimate, or for the orb. Strages is instead taken off the map by Flowers' dash punch, however. And Loki NB is...
Big power play. Yeah, potentially a big power play here for When in Rome. X Maximus already used here. Strages back on line, but Coin with a core flip going to the bottom side to dash into the flip. Finds the bottom of the net. Somersault not able to stop that one, and When in Rome bringing it to another set point. This time up 2-0. Huge pressure on Pantheon right now.
That flip was very impressive from Coin. Seeing that Storm went for the roll and flipping to make sure that roll did not connect in a way that would stop the ball, even despite the fact that it was so far away. If that flip didn't come through, it would have actually saved. So Coin making sure to turn that strong goal into a guaranteed one. Very well played. And Flowers finds the most important dash punch kill of the game, perhaps, as this will convert almost instantly into the end of the set, as there's no massive Dubu to defend the net any longer.
Yeah, crippling shot there from Flowers to find the end of the set, and she'll be the MVP here. Knife's Edge on the board. A lot of damage awakenings here, as well as another Spark actually showing up here. Get some more size. Explosive as well, but it will be quick strikes going over to the IME. Recently changed. I've never actually seen this awakening in its new form, but Twin Drive here for the Dubu. Will deny away from the Atlas, who gets the aerials instead. Explosive entrance on Kai. That is double haste awakenings plus Stagger Swagger on this Kai, which is pretty crazy. Size for the Julie, and then a second Spark here for the X. Another pretty loaded draft, it seems like.
Yeah, Flowers kind of opting away from a couple awakenings she would prefer in her own to make sure that Dubu, with his massive size, doesn't get quick strikes. That could be a massive threat for When in Rome to deal with. Wise drafting to make sure you're not losing the game rather than choosing to win it harder. But one thing I'd like to point out, very notable, is, again, that Kai with 2 dash range, close entrance and super surge. It could become a massive problem. Well played from Loki NB, finding the shot off the middle center there. But if they do win the set, Pantheon, there is that cast to last pickup later in that set 5, and that could be a massive issue because of the fact that Kai already has 2 dash ranges, and also because there really aren't any characters on When in Rome that like to deny cast to last. It could either, worst case scenario, be an instantly lost game, and best case be a pretty awkward draft. So this is a pretty important game for Pantheon, or a pretty important set for Pantheon to win, because if they do, I think they're pretty favored in that last draft.
Yeah, for sure. 3 core flips available, though, for When in Rome. Coin does burn 1. Flowers with the second one. Now suddenly the energy situation looking a lot more favorable for Pantheon, who still have their 2 barriers available to When in Rome's 1. Loki NB pushing up with the Bell Ringer, looking for the KO with the Bull Rush. Doesn't find it. Flowers not able to pick up. Now Strages with the core, walking it back, and to send it back to Storm here, and just let Loki roll a little bit, pick up the goalie orb. The Firewall Sentry comes out. Core flip here from Storm to get it away from Coin. And a pass up to Loki, who has the X Maximus. Will avoid getting knocked off the ledge there by the Atlas. Somersault up from Storm, but the barrier goes down regardless. So we head into overtime yet again now. Flowers with the core, pass up the Coin, drops the flurries, blocked off by the Tofu Fortress. Loki NB right there as well to help defend. Flowers not able to get it past that midfield. Strages pushing up, a nice primary there from the Atlas. Core flip here from Strages. The core not able to get very far, though. The forwards of When in Rome doing a good job. Just holding it up in this corner. Flowers with Cyber Swipe in, but this barrier, once again, just will not fall, and that's going to be the goalie gone from When in Rome. Pantheon able to pick it up this time. Flowers in the net, trying to defend. A nice strike war against this X. A nice glitch pop as well. Buys quite a bit of time for Spartan to respawn.
Great defense from Flowers, making sure, with only a strike to work with versus an X in the net, able to still clear it out without losing that second barrier, which is very important because if Pantheon found that second barrier, this point is progressing terrifyingly for When in Rome. However, they're the ones to find it first to open that net up versus Dubu in this double melee defensive goalie matchup, and that's a very important thing to find. And one thing I'm noticing is that Loki NB is no longer getting much value out of his ultimates. It's like Spartan is able to force them out at really awkward times and make sure that Loki NB can't find these checkmate situations where they would be good to use. And as a result, it's really, really difficult for Pantheon to find any actual goals, any actual barrier takes here. Spartan kind of locking down the net very effectively for a long time in the recent parts of this game. It feels like he's adapted very well to Loki NB.
And 2 flips available here for When in Rome as well. The final century coming up. Oh, what a bounce! It barely doesn't go in the net. Storm gets away with one there. And that'll be the second barrier getting taken out here. Coin looking for a shot. Storm and elusive into a nice pass from Straight, just looking for the clear. Somersault down. Core flip here from Flowers. The log to try and block it. Loki NB coming back as well. And now looking to receive the core, but it's Coin in this top corner. Storm with a pass down, but Flowers looking to intercept. Spartan trying to get it back to Flowers, but Straight is doing a good job with coverage in the midfield, but it slips right past him. Off to Coin, who finds the punch. And When in Rome, tying it up in the set 1-1.
Yeah, Coin feels he's always in the right position in this game. He's never kind of slacking, because sometimes you see a brawler and you kind of think like, oh, they could be here, they could be here. Oh, I wish their brawler was kind of covering this area. It feels like Coin is always exactly there every single time, and he's always able to make the exact right play to score on this Dubu goalie, which is infamously very difficult in a game like this, with so much size on him, as a meager Juliet, really. But he's able to get it done very consistently, more often than really the Dubu wants it to be. Almost every time that Coin gets the ball, he's able to get something done, let alone scoring an entire goal, as we're seeing him again on this offense. Not quite dropped yet, as he does take that barrier again. He's been looking so effective with his offenses.
Yeah, and the core flip current here as well, and they still weren't able to clear it. The perfect situation for When in Rome's offense. They just got everything they wanted, the barrier, the flip, and they kept possession. And now they're on game point right here, and still 2 points away for Pantheon to find anything. They've got the energy to work with. When in Rome might just be able to take this match. They can close it out.
That's right, and the X-Ult is already gone. If you want to win this game, if you're Pantheon, having no X-Ult to work with on game point already is a terrifying pace to work around. But it's not over just yet, as Storm does have plenty close to work with, and Stray just finds a crucial Giga Blast, sending up the map, blocking his own Adrenaline Rush. That's a double kill, 3 versus 1, setting up this corner offense. However, Loki NB does not quite cover the out clear effectively, but that is not important, as they do eventually find that barrier. Coin is able to respawn though as a result, and Strage is staggered. However, Loki NB walking the core in, able to take the most important strike war of the game, perhaps yet. Able to win it and send it to a 0.5.
And a really crucial 0.5 here. If you're Pantheon, keep the game going or drop this one entirely. Coin pushing up on the bottom will pick up that first barrier. Somersault up, but Storm not able to catch it in time, and burns the Tofu Fortress as well. Maybe a bit of a panic mode, and Coin with the KO. Takes Strages off the field to power play the open goal. When in Rome, potentially able to close this one out. The core slipping by, though, for just a second.
Yeah, an angle off the middle, taking that second barrier, and Strages gets dash punched off. However, Pantheon is able to stall for their midfielder to come back effectively. With that roll, Storm able to cover the ult into dash punch from Juliet. She has no abilities to work with now for quite a while. The punch will come back soon, but it's not important as the offense is gone. Storm is forced out to flip. However, the dash into flip for Flowers is able to take off the map. Coin uses his own flip, but the wall is enough to cover it. Storm has a couple abilities to work with for this defense. It's so scary though. Coin is low with no Atlas ultimate. And that's what Straight is exactly looking for. For that stagger, Coin is sent to stagger with no ultimate. Playing for the dash punch, playing to spend his abilities before he's knocked off the map. There's not quite enough to score. He is able to get the orb and not get killed. He's able to play for his own life, and the point is kind of stabilizing from here. However, the bell ringer Loki MD has his flip to work with. That's going to be enough. And he finds the low shot. Oh my god, we're going to set 5. What a point. That was so scary at the start for Pantheon, but they were able to bring it back.
Scary indeed.
There's Might of the Colossus, very important.
Yeah, I can't actually
And
see the
Debu's
draft
back.
at the moment, but yeah.
Yeah.
Might of the Colossus. A bunch of cool stuff showed up. Walk us through this one real quick while I fix
Yeah,
fix
yeah.
the
Debu's
tech
picking up a
thing.
size, which is very important. And notably, Amy did not deny the Might. However, X does have, more importantly, 3 sparks now. Avoiding the Might of the Colossus, I think instead Debu should pick up that Might. But as a result, X does have agility, strength, and leadership that he's sharing to his team. With that peak performance, too, X is going to be incredibly fast. Very, very fast X. Peak performance, glass cannon, 3 sparks of agility. Look at how fast he's moving. This is going to be an insanely effective presence on the map for him. Already finding a dash punch, maybe in part due to that extra strength from that 3rd spark pickup. This is going to be... We're going to see the value of the 3rd spark here. And really, a kill again with the 1-2 punch with the explosive entrance for Kai. The explosive entrance has already gotten like 3 kills for Kai this game. It's really showing its strength with just a 15% modifier. And here X does have his ultimate, I believe.
Yeah, Coin dropping in with that flurries right there to pick up that barrier for Win in Rome. A little bit on the back foot, but they have quite a bit of damage on the forwards there.
It's so scary for Spartan. His secondary almost saving his life there. However, when Rome is not able to defend, as this is such a scary offense for Pantheon here, they have really this speed from X, the speed, the strength, the glass cannon playing into both exactly what he needs. As long as he's not getting hit by Aimee's abilities, he's able to stack up, and he's flying across the map with this build. It's exactly what he needs. With just the raw knockback of Bellringer is enough to find that kill. He's finding so many kills from base knockback this game because he has 187 power, 191 with a fully stacked glass cannon. It's really, really something special, this build. It's really hard for Win in Rome to play around, and it feels like Pantheon got exactly what they need in the set 5.
Yeah, they were looking good before. These two teams have been pretty evenly matched, it feels like, going pretty back and forth this entire game. Poor flip here from Coin to open up that goal. See, Loki almost going to have his core flip available here as well. The Firewall Sentry being dropped on that bottom side, but Loki dashes up the board. It doesn't matter because Flowers is there to cover the core. Strages and Storm. The uprights have been created and split, and Flowers tying up the game 1-1 here on set 5 for Win in Rome.
Yeah, cutting the risky downwards clear there while Loki was covering the Brawler with that KO. Gets chunked for almost a majority of his HP. However, the team does not have enough damage layering to confirm that. It's the orbital heal back up as he finds a dash into ultimate. Again, it's been feeling like he's finding so many this game. So many raw knockback kills, and because Atlas has that prime time, that hot shot, it's not guaranteeing into a conversion every single time, but it's progressing the game in their favor, as they have possession for almost the entire set, it feels like, with only a few exceptions. But what I've been noticing is that Win in Rome has been able to turn those exceptions into a goal already once before, so it's possible, and all it really needs to happen is they do it twice more, or they adapt in some way that allows them to keep possession even more, which seems difficult, but I don't think it's off the table just yet. Loki NB will not have an ult to work with, however Flowers will be quite low. I believe Atlas has his own ultimate coming in soon, with that Spark of Focus especially layering it back quickly. However, it's looking difficult for Pantheon to find the barrier here.
Yeah, Pantheon, the one struggling with this bottom barrier this time. A little bit of a reverse of what we've been seeing throughout the game, but Coin about to have the flip available here for Win in Rome. Nice elusive from Loki to avoid getting knocked off the edge. Storm also with the flip available. Coin going to burn it here. Doesn't find anything. Just bounces around in the middle, and Coin ends up taking quite a chunk of health for it as well. Pantheon looking for the KO. The orb able to keep Coin alive for just a while. Has to fall back and give up a little bit of pressure. Pantheon not able to find too much. Token Fortress coming out to block the Firewall Sentries. Flowers with the core. Stagger on Loki and B, and they're going to take him out. That may have been the glitch pop there. I'm not sure what that was. Knocks him back into the goal box. huge power play here for Win in Rome. Coin with the core, Storm out of position, able to get back just in time. Got a little bit of extra speed. Loki MB respawning, no barriers getting taken during that at all. Core flip from Strages, what a shot to find the top corner of that barrier though. And finally an opening, but Coin able to return the favor. Now both sides opened up deep into overtime here. A barrage coming through to bring to the bottom corner. Coin not able to pick up the KO. Just quite, but Storm with the core. Flowers cyber swiping up, trying to get it to Coin. 2 red on the defense though. The Stoke Fortress coming out. Flowers to the top with the glitch pop, with the core bouncing just out of their control. Just up to Loki NB on the top side. The Atlas primary shuts it down. Storm gonna have to rotate it back around again. Flowers looking for the pass up to Coin into the corner, trying to find a dash punch, but has to dash just to keep control. Now might be waiting just a little while longer. Loki NB with a shot to the top, gets around Spartan, no chance to core flip. And now it's match points for Pantheon.
It's impossible to expect how fast that core is going to go if you're but a mere Atlas and the enemy X has 207 power in overtime. More than double of everyone else in the lobby, with the only exception of Juliet and Voodoo with that Pauldrons. Really, the core is going so fast every time he clicks it. That overtime is, again, a win condition for Pantheon. As long as they get the open net in overtime, this wall is looking dangerous. However, the missile propulsion will send it out of its most dangerous kind of scenario versus a flip there. Spartan able to find a way outwards. The fact that Strafe has been sent off the map is not a big deal, as Pantheon does have possession for a large majority of that time. Not able to convert that into a goal, but they are able to bring him back with no problems. Storm has almost all of his resources to work with, so if I were Pantheon, any player on that team, I'd be so comfortable. However, Loki NB does get sent off the map, and that could be a second barrier threat right now. However, the clear from Storm is very effective. He uses a flip now, he doesn't have that to work with. However, Stray just finds a crucial Giga Blast sending up the map, turning it from a 2v3 into a 3v2, almost like nothing happened.
Only one barrier up, no barriers up now. Storm walking up with that Tofu Fortress to put even more pressure on this, and Loki to the bottom. Spartan barely able to save that one with the primary. But now it's Loki in the corner again. There's the Expanse to cut that one off, but gonna get another shot. Spartan with the strike shot, just barely making saves. Another one, but Spartan does the core flip. Just an answer for every one of these shots so far, but slowly gonna be running out of resources here, I think. Loki looking for another one, another primary though. Yeah, and the prime. Oh my! There it is. Finally, Spartan not able to save that one, and now it will be Win in Rome taking that. I actually didn't know if this was a best of 3 or a best of 1 or not. Pantheon. My bad. I said the wrong team name. Pantheon taking that one. And looks like they'll be cleared for liftoff.
Yeah, Pantheon, very, very impressive from them. They honestly demonstrated a great knowledge of drafting that game, I think. The drafting is really what came in clutch. They are able to take the awakenings, both that they need and that the enemy team can't have. They had great deny action, they had great setups for potential future checkmates with their builds. Very importantly, very notably, the X build. We saw what happened there. Atlas did have Primetime and Hotshot. He had a great build, and that Strike Shot was covering a lot of space too. However, those abilities all have to be used proactively, and when you have an open net in overtime and the enemy X has 200 power, you have to guess. And we saw Spartan guess. He had to guess all game, and he did, but the odds just don't work out in your favor if they keep getting those offensive opportunities, and if you guess wrong once, you get scored on, right? You only have to guess wrong 3 times, and that's kind of exactly what happened, with enough chances being made from Strages getting him the ball and Storm locking it down in that last set especially. Just very, very strong game knowledge from Pantheon there, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they came out swinging in those first 2 sets, and when in Rome, able to battle back pretty consistently, stall out those rounds a lot longer than Pantheon was comfortable with, but ultimately Pantheon just able to close it out and find those goals when they needed them. And a solid game from both sides for sure, but Pantheon making that spot. And with that, I'm going to throw it to a bit of a break here. And when we come back, we'll have more liftoff qualifier games.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Launchpad number 1 for Season 7 of the North American Strikers League system. I'm here with Grant, and we're here to watch Those Who Strike After versus the Scriptwriters. And Grant, you're familiar with both these teams, right? They're quite familiar, even.
I am indeed. Those Who Strike After's goalie is Obscure Breads, my teammate of 2 seasons, a player with whom I have gotten many good results with. I have a lot of faith in his skill, and the Scriptwriters has one person in particular I've coached many times, Eternal, so we'll see a bit of a clash on there. I'm very familiar with both teams, honestly. Maybe the two I'm most in the entire liftoff qualifiers, honestly. I'm very interested to see how the game will play out, because Obscure Breads, okay, a goalie alone can't carry an entire team through a whole qualifier process, right?
Are you sure?
We're gonna see. being a goalie is very powerful. However, I have no doubts that Turbo and Zonseki are pulling more than their own weight right now, because Those Who Strike After has been looking very, very dominant in their results right now. I'm pretty sure they've won all their games pretty convincingly, though I could be wrong. But the Scriptwriters also have been doing a pretty good job. They have good results in scrims. They looked strong earlier in the bracket, and we're seeing Turbo lock in that Drakkar with a comfort pick here.
Yeah, and both these teams have goalies, like you mentioned, that are some of the best in the entire tournament, right? They would not be out of place in a league themselves, of course. Obscure Breads, the more notable one as of recent, would not be out of place in the North American Strikers League. But right now, with all barriers down, it's becoming a bit of a dangerous situation, less so for now in the open net. Megaverse, though, sitting comfortably and confidently on his home ground of Taiko Temple. Continuing to try and make it done on the defense. The strike shot barely getting through and clears it before the pass splitter lands. Zonseki advancing in Turbo as well, but Megaverse just a heads-up play to get ahead of it, and now Sovereign with the possession. Good secondary from Breads to buy space, but that's a big KO for Zonseki.
One thing I've noticed, I've seen Eternal, Sov, and Megaverse. I've seen the Scriptwriters play this map 3 out of the 3 games I've seen, and one of them was this exact same team comp, the Atlas, the Aimi, and the Juliet. I think they're very, very comfortable on this Taiko map, and they're trying to force it every single game if they get the chance.
Yep, flip available for Megaverse. Another pass splitter attempted, but Mega is positioning around it quite well. Flip available for Sov as well. Can they get it around the world to the brawler of the Scriptwriters? The answer right now is a hesitant maybe. Eternal brought low by Turbo. Megaverse a risky clear right to Zonseki. The secondary burn to flip gone, but Sov has one right here, and what a shot by Zonseki right under Megaverse. Crosses him up for the first goal of the game.
Barely beating up the strike shot as Megaverse was walking up to make it connect earlier. That walk-up was exactly what got the ball to slip right past him there. Pretty long, but pretty even, 0.1. Both teams kind of looking like they're evenly matched right now. We might see that swing in one direction as the game progresses, but right now they're looking very, very matching with each other. The one thing I think is worth noting is that it is a closed map, and this Drakkar might get a lot of value off of that. However, if the Scriptwriters can find more rotates, if they can find more open space action, versus a backline like Drakkar now, that might prove itself to be very, very powerful.
We'll see. Flip available for Bread still after all of that, but the 2 forwards of the Scriptwriters still advancing here. And Bread's in a tough spot. Secondary gone, the barrier taken, and now Eternal in position for one. Sets up the fireball sentry, threads the needle on the bottom corner, and the game's all tied up, but they did have to burn all their energy to do it.
Yeah, but at the very least, they did take out Breads' flip on the way. We won't have it for this next point and quite a while afterwards. Going into this next offense, though, they're already able to get possession because they spend that blink. However, with it dropped pretty quickly, those who come after those who strike after do have an early thing out. However, Megaverse, very, very well played with the resurrection there. He's kind of on the mark for that. It might be very, very hard for those who strike after to find kills this game, seeing how quickly Megaverse was able to react to that one.
Oh, and what a conversion on the core speed by Sov to make the barriers even despite a bad situation for the scriptwriters here. If Sov can get advanced up the field, but right now it's only Turbo. Flip burned by Mega to save it at the last moment. Eternal up to the top side. Breads now has to contend, but Turbo interrupts. Secondary burn by Megaverse. A lot of space spot for now, but Turbo has Flip right in front of the net, and the reaction time check is a bit too much here as the Drakkar will take the lead.
Yeah, with that Flip in the corner, Megaverse did not have the resources left. They played offense for long enough to force all of that out from the Atlas, and he didn't have enough left for anything but a strike to save that Flip. Turbo able to find that and find a very skewed reaction check. Not many would land that one. Only maybe a couple of 15-year-old goalies in particular. Couple muffins. But honestly, those who strike after have been looking very strong, as it feels like they have possession for most of the point. And it doesn't seem like that should be the case versus a team like Aimee and Juliet and Atlas, who plays very proactively like that. However, I feel like they're able to, when they get the ball, they're able to keep it for really as long as they physically can. And doing something like that is very powerful in a game like this, where what the scriptwriters are looking for is something like a breakaway dash punch into 1v1 on the now.
Yeah, it kind of seems like the scriptwriters are going for plays like these, right? Where Sov gets the 1v1, the flip, the fireball sentry, all the pressure onto the goalie who's left alone. But it requires that opportunity to present itself. And like you're saying, I think it's kind of weird, but those who strike after, they're finding a lot of possession where Turbo just like drops back, gets into uncomfortable positions just to keep the core.
Yeah, and we're seeing it kind of work out, honestly. I think it's worth it for them to do this because, again, very, very strong corner offense with that Drakkar and the Asher. If they get it there, it's such a cramped space that they can convert that to a double barrier almost guaranteed, as long as Atlas doesn't have any proactive tools to get it away before it happens in the first place. And now Zanseki with spending both of his abilities. However, the ball will fall through for a strike shotgun from Turbo. Closing out the set, Megaverse did not have his flip or either ability to work with to defend that specific offense. And again, it's this kind of long game that strikers, those who strike after, is kind of aiming for, and they're able to make it work. This draft, though, I think, notably is the prime time on Atlas. I think Turbo might pick that preemptively just to make sure Atlas doesn't get it, because there's nothing insane for Drakkar here, who needs to pick that up on his own soul. However, the now pickup for Adrenaline Rush, it's a very denial-oriented draft. Because by doing this, you're already in a good spot in the game right now. Those who strike after is already kind of playing a stable game. So by denying the outwards, the win cons, the escapes from the scriptwriters, they can keep themselves in this comfortable game state and kind of develop it from there. That's exactly what the scriptwriters wants to avoid. They want some kind of big pickup, like they got one, Explosive Entrance Aimee, or an Adrenaline Rush Juliet, who can suddenly start farming the lobby, to get the game to be a bit more volatile, because that volatility is exactly what they need.
They're playing a little bit too much of the volatility, though, and getting punished by Zanseki there. Sov also low. They're trying to gamble on these situations, but it's not coming up as a win for them. A little bit of healing here, but might be too little too late. A Brawler trying to help defend on the top side of the net, wide open. The Atlas unable to cover everything, as once again it's a lead for those who strike after, and they're just playing so consistently here.
That's right. They look very, very refined. I would not doubt if this team has played for quite a bit in the offseason together. Quite a couple scrims played for them, because honestly, they look very comfortable playing around each other. They look like they know exactly what the other player will do at any moment, and they're positioning accordingly. Very, very honestly, again, it's likely them playing together for over one offseason. They look very, very refined. I'm repeating myself, but like,
Yeah.
for lack of a better term.
A lot of energy being built up on the defense, but also on the offense here. Zanseki and Turbo advancing with flips, Eternal and Megaverse on the defensive end, an open net at the back of Obscure Breads, and a big dash punch by Sov goes pretty much nowhere here. It's an unstoppable start after all. Eternal trying to forward the core, but Turbo just keeping it contained, spending abilities just to keep possession, and it seems to be worth it, as once again the corner is the domain of those who strike after. A flip available for Zanseki. All it takes is one good possession as Sov tries to sneak it through, unable to do so though, and this now goalie has so much coverage, not enough to close from that flip there, though, as Sav finds a big goal, and the scriptwriters might have some fight left in them.
Yeah, able to take it off the bumper to open up a better shot for that flip. Now not able to cover all that. It's exactly what you need. They have their own consistency, too, with that ranged pressure. A team like scriptwriters, a team composition like theirs, should be having these situations. Very, very strong cyber swipe there with the explosive entrance timey there to find that second barrier. And again, it's an open net already, very early into the point. The scriptwriters kind of look like they've made some necessary adaptations.
I think a lot of that is Eternal in particular, right? Finding a lot of midfield plays. But speaking of, Zonseki finds a big flip for the goal, trying to take this last barrier here as Megaverse locks it down to pass splitter zoning, pushing Megaverse away, but not quite enough. The Expanse will keep the barrier up, but a rebound by the barrier beam. Zonseki with the bounce off the center drum as well. The hit stun by Turbo, just barely enough to catch Megaverse waiting. What a play.
I think that's exactly when Megaverse wanted to strike, and he didn't notice that he got stunned, so he didn't strike afterwards. Kind of exactly catching his strike timing there perfectly. The hit stun is just enough. Very, very impressive there. Those kind of plays from Drakkar, that's a bonus from the pick, is that he can randomly score. Like, he has his own value as a pick, but like in theory, but he can also randomly find goals like that with Molten Bolt, with a random shotgun, and those random goals really add up, and we're kind of seeing them add up as, again, those who strike after. It went from an even set to now they only need one more goal to take it to a series point.
Eternal with the flip, deflected by Turbo. Turbo with the dribble, with the strike war win the second time, and just closes out the set just like that. Wins the 1v1 versus Eternal, and that just might be what defines this game, because Turbo has had so much impact.
It's a great dribble, and honestly, Turbo looks like he's taking over the game right now. Worth noting, there are 3 sparks in this draft. Someone might be left with not too much to work with. Importantly, though, there's a Stinger and the Peak Performance, both Awakenings, that you really want to keep an eye on, as the Peak Performance can keep someone alive for as much as they need to be. Zonseki opting for the Spark of Leadership over any other, as he already has that Spark of Strength pickup from last set. Bit of an unfortunate timing on the Awakenings, however. Obscure Breads does get the Spark of Agility, though. 7% speed is not to be underestimated. Atlas does have a Hot Shot, which is also a bit of a threat, as he might get that Twin Drive Hot Shot build. Could be very difficult to layer through his cooldowns. However, I think the overall pickups are a little better for the scriptwriters. If there's any time to come back with overall possession plays, this could be it.
Yeah, I think the hot shot could be hugely impactful here, because the issue that they're facing, right, is that Turbo is keeping the core contained. They take out Turbo. They have hot shot to get it past Turbo in different situations as well. This might be the scriptwriters turning it all around. Sav, almost a crazy angle. Eternal follows up to make it so. The barrier gone, but they still need to find the goal here. And Obscure Breads is staying solid for the moment. Sav with the dash punch. Turbo there to back it up. The respawn coming in. And patience from Obscure Breads. That angle was scary, but not scary enough to lead to a goal for the other side. Megaverse Eternal trying to defend in this corner, something that has eluded them for so long, but this time they get it out of that death pocket. Turbo, though, returning the pass splitter, coming in, and again they manage to defend. They slip it right through, but they can't find any offense of their own. Sav and Eternal flips available, but they're permanently stuck on their side of the field. Will Sav be able to use this flip is the question, as Zonseki sends it away once again. Megaverse still defending, but this open net, it's a ticking time bomb for the Atlas here. Zonseki building it up. Sav with the flip, but Obscure Bread, so much coverage, predicts it has to flip, everything available for the former goalie of the Bozo bunch. Obscure Breads now still playing confidently here. Sovereign, no resources other than that. Oh, what a dash punch, actually forces out the flip. That's huge, and now Zonseki flipping, but the secondary from Megaverse, and Zonseki just forces it through. Unexpected Eternal Megaverse 1v2 from Zonseki brings us to 2 points away.
As soon as the flip got secondary, I thought the offense was over, but Zonseki finds a way to condense that play, finds it right around the shrinking Atlas secondary into even his own ultimate if it didn't score right there. That could have been, at worst, a force on the Megaverse's flip, and we saw it, a goal. Very, very well played from Zonseki, finding a goal where I didn't even think it was possible.
Unexpected there, but now they got to replicate that, and the Sav boy Why did I say the Sob boys? I like chat and decide. Anyway, the scriptwriters in a good spot to try and make something happen at this point. Mega versus the flip available to try and defend. The one benefit of not having used it in the previous point. Eternal up to the top side, rotating the core around, and a panicked flip on defense by Turbo goes nowhere. Exactly the opportunity the scriptwriters need here as the course goes all the way around the world, finds the barrier, and now Sovereign in position, looking for the strike, but it bounces off the bumper, gets to the wrong side of the net, but Sov gets it once more. Obscure Breads, though, and the slowdown from the Molten Bolt, and Sov is being marked right now, unable to find a breakaway play, and once again the core rotating into the corner. It's overtime now. It's a lot scarier, but the hot shot's also activated for Megaverse.
That's right. This overtime is a lot scarier for the team with the open net, the team that has to play against the hot shot, honestly. However, Obscure Breads looks kind of comfortable in this open net this game. It's been very hard to score on him when he's in his element, with that movement speed, with his now abilities. The twin drive especially, he's been putting to full value. And it's going to be actually kind of hard for the scriptwriters to get through him here, as they need to get through his flip first. And really, the way he's been playing, he's been preempting these plays before they can even happen. However, the flip is forced out now.
Oh!
The Julie ultimate will send it through the window of the turret. Finds it up the bumper of the gold net there. Oh my god.
Yeah, crazy timing from Sov, and you gotta take those shots to maybe get a win, right? And that's the kind of gameplay that the scriptwriters have with us right now. Eternal with the flip available now, dodging away from the dash punch and not getting KO'd early, and getting a bit lucky like that off the rebound of the drum. That's exactly what they need.
That's right, Eternal has the flip to work with, spending it now, and Obscure Breads reads a direct pass, but instead it goes down, and Sov is able to capitalize off of that for the second goal. They're one goal away from taking this to a potential comeback.
Yeah, and Sov has been really consistent in trying to find those raw dashes to the bottom corners, right? And when they're set up like that, it is just such a hard play to defend against. You have to hard commit to the opposite side of the wide open net. And so now Sov with the flip available, if they can get out of this corner situation with the hot shot. This is huge, but the flip used so early in the midfield, deflected by Turbo, and it's looking like those who strike after Blender right now.
Oh, what an angle.
Yeah.
Insane angle from Zonseki, honestly, off the drum almost instantly. Finds it. Oh, but another insane drum angle baits out the strike shot from Megaverse, who was trying to cut the pass to Zonseki, instead able to abuse that strike cooldown and put the ball in the net. Wow, that was two flashy plays back-to-back from both forwards, each of them on the side of those who strike after. If there's anything to kind of deny that comeback, that's the kind of play you want.
Yeah, and another thing that might deny the comeback is the state of Sov's health bar and energy. Flip long away at the moment, but still finding a punch into a strike. One barrier down, but Turbo's interrupting. Good strike by Megaverse to make sure no barriers go down, though, and Sov gets it away for now. But a big strike by Zonseki, the flip wasted by Mega, and now they're on death's door. Eternal with the flip available, but it's going to be so difficult to get into position for that one. And Zonseki's just marking Mega. Knows that hit stun could be the end of it all. A flip forward, Zonseki with the strike war win, and it's going to be those who strike after qualifying for liftoff.
Yeah, an illusion of a comeback there for just a moment. It looked honestly like a pretty close game it could have been shaping up to be. However, those who strike after, nipping that in the bud, making sure it doesn't grow into anything dangerous, they take it with a clean 3-0. Very, very well played from all three of those players.
Yeah, and I think we saw it early on the night market too, but players are getting very used to trying to bounce off the center of whatever terrain, right? We saw some crazy center bounces, pretty intentional also by those who strike after, get a lot of value.
That's right. Yeah, they're very... I feel like, again, we talked about the scriptwriters taking to Taiko almost every single game. It's their most comfortable map, it looks like. But those who strike after, they didn't ban it for a reason. They looked about as comfortable, if not more, especially off of that center drum, making those kinds of plays.
All right. Well, with that, that's the winners qualifiers. That's two teams securing their tickets to liftoff. But there are still two more spots available. The scriptwriters and When in Rome will have one last shot against teams fighting it out in the losers bracket. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for those qualifier matches. Hello everyone, we got another interesting best of one to bring you here. It's another liftoff qualifier. This time it's the scriptwriters versus Cosmic Pause, and it was quite the interesting game previously, right? The scriptwriters kind of got shut down by the full core control, but Cosmic Pause is an even weirder story. They were pretty high seed, got upset early, and they've made a huge losers bracket run to get here. And if you take a look at the names that are actually playing for Cosmic Pause, is this team like supposed to be here?
That is 3 NASL players on the same team right now, actually. So the fact that this is a losers bracket match is kind of insane for the quality of competition, the implications it has on it. We have Natty, Cardbox, and Killmonk on the side of Cosmic Pause, which is a stacked roster. The only difference from them and Cosmic Calamities from a few seasons back is that it's Killmonk over 3Z Breezy. Both very strong players in their own right.
All right. Well, once everything gets set, we'll see. But we have the draft available right now, and taking a look at it, is this the team that you know and remember?
Well, the Octavia pickup is definitely a Cardbox-esque pick. I think the only player in this event that would lock that character in. We'll see how it plays out in this kind of patch, in this kind of game state. One thing worth noting, though, is that Scriptwriters is playing Dubu and Asher. I have no doubts in my mind that's Kai goalie, by the way. Dubu midfield and Asher brawler, a composition that the Scriptwriters are more than comfortable playing. They've done it earlier in this bracket themselves.
I got bad news.
Really? I was wrong! Maybe they changed their mind.
Yup. That is a little bit unfortunate here. And
yeah, Kai midfield coming in.
Yeah.
On a start like Spark of Agility, he might be able to stack up a lot of movement speed in this game. Both players will, honestly, playing into an Octavia like this. Kai versus Octavia, it's kind of a battle of who can not just run faster, but get it through the other player who's running just as fast to cover all that space regardless. We'll see how it plays out, as one thing worth noting is that the Scriptwriters do not have very strong KO potential to take out an Octavia right now, to keep her away from the play.
Yeah. We'll see. As Megaverse is looking quite stable on the goalie. We've seen a lot of melee goalies today, right? Of course, that's a lot of symptom of qualifiers, but also the current state of the game. It makes this Natty era goalie a lot more interesting as well, especially when paired with the Octavia. And how do you think that the overall control is going to be in the midfield from them? Because right now they're zooming around the entire map.
Well, I think in a game like this with that era pickup, as well as the Octavia, it will actually be quite difficult for Scriptwriters to keep possession for a long time, considering the only thing they have going for their super impressive possession is a Kai, while Cosmic Paws have both an Era and an Octavia helping them out. A Dubu and an Asher are both good at defending, are both good at scoring, but neither are good at obtaining that possession in the first place, the Space Eater, if you will. And Sovereign finds a great breakaway, though, because, again, all you need with a team like this is that one breakaway. With that speed gate into a dash, stunning the Octavia, finding the way in for that upwards shot that Natty can't quite cover. A strong first point for the Scriptwriters. Both barriers and a goal.
Yep, Megaverse with the flip available here. And that's also huge for the energy economy as well, right? But speaking of the energy economy, that has just shifted with Killmonk getting a big dash punch. And Cardbox to Killmonk looking for the double barrier, but a little bit too greedy as Megaverse deflects it away.
Right, Octavia does have corner offense set up here. Oh, the NATO will kill, though. Dubu is so large with that pauldrons. One downside of being so massive is the Dubu flipped on to that kill. It's worth it, though. One of the downsides of that Dubu pauldrons pick is that you're so large that you're much, much easier to kill as you hit the edge of the map sooner, and you're easier to hit with abilities. And that's what we saw there. Dubu was so large that he was able to get knocked off the map so quickly, almost. And yeah, the 2v1 power play, 3v1 power play, Cosmic Paw is able to send that into a goal pretty convincingly.
Yeah, one of the many weaknesses of pauldrons. But more seriously, a big KO once again, this time on Eternal Arctic, who is off the map for a little while longer. And we're seeing the power of Killmonk just having 1,000,000 speed, right? But Sov, that looked like a windbox moment. That guy just walked at him.
It did. Asher still can win the box. It's not as strong as it used to be, but she still has it in her for some ridiculous ranges on the kill. And again, very strong. We're seeing a lot of conversions on power plays. Eternal playing that open space, finding it through both Natty and Killmonk for Sovereign to get that last part of the gold, not even needing to spend the flip for it. And one thing I think is very important is that both Asher and Juliet are finding some very notable knockback kills. Sovereign needs to flip right now to avoid that Octavia ult. And if one team suddenly stops dying to these knockback kills, I think the game's momentum will shift very, very heavily.
Yeah, Killmonk right now. Dash punch down. Sov looking a little lower than usual as Cardbox. We haven't seen any big flow state moments from Cardbox, really. Just trying to play the midfield. Pretty similarly to an Era, kind of, with the slowing on the primary. Now the flow state activated, dash punch through. And now Sov with the dribbling breakaway. The pass splitter setup, not quite getting the core on the side that he wanted, but Natty with the Era beam locks himself into place for a little bit too long, punished by Eternal, who sends it to Sov for the set win.
The shot goes just parallel to that Era beam, barely doesn't cover it. It looks like it's just in range. Important draft here, as you were talking about Octavia not finding these flashy flow state plays. It's not something she really can do in the early game. However, if she gets something like a cast to last or an aerials, or maybe even a quick strike, which she will be getting one of those many awakenings. The cast last is denied away, as Eternal does not want that deal with that later in the game. Cardbox opts for a quick strike, however, one thing I think is worth mentioning is that this is perfect pace for Spark. Sovereign gets Spark of Strength after a Spark of Agility start, and it's only set 1. There are 2 Sparks left in the game, and there are 3 sets. It's very likely that this is going to be a very Spark contesting kind of game, as all players will be kind of looking for it.
Yeah, it's looking quite great for Sov in the long term, but in the short term, that's Megaverse off the board. Killmonk advancing, Strike War win, Flame Flurry set up as Natty backs him up. Another Strike War win against 2 this time, and it's looking like a lightning fast goal for the side of Cosmic Pause. It's interesting because I think that point was not indicative of the game state at all, that Killmonk just won.
Yeah, I mean, if you find the dash punch on Dubu goalie, you can convert that for sure. But really, that's the kind of volatility that you bring with a Juliet, especially a Juliet player who is so proficient at finding those dash punch kills in the first place. The threat that brings, the random points you can win by doing so, almost completely off focus. I'm surprised you didn't. The threat that it brings is very potent, as it prevents Eternal from playing. It prevents Megaverse from playing on these borders of the map as much as they'd like, without kind of keeping an eye out, keeping a lot of that mental stack focused on Killmonk's cooldowns and his positioning.
Cardbox now advancing up the field, gets around Atova Fortress, gets around Eternal, and those kinds of breakaways are what we expect from a top-level midfielder like that, trying to make it into liftoff the hard way, the long way. But right now, Sov is the main obstacle. I don't think heading into Launchpad, into liftoff qualifiers, many would have projected Sov to be one of the brawler, absolute standouts, but he is looking like quite possibly. Okay, Killmonk, my bad. I glazed the opposing brawler, and he was like, nah.
Killmonk pretty much getting a 1v3 down with his flip there versus a defensive midfielder, a brawler, let alone the fact that one of them is a massive Dubu and one of them is an Asher on defense. It's no small feat to get through those characters, but Killmonk still finds a way with his flip. Again, they're only 1 point away. It's like they have these important breakaways. As soon as they can find it, they can convert it into a goal. As soon as they find one of those knockback kills, they can convert that into a goal. However, Sovereign is ulting the dash punch, spends the flip early to take that barrier. Not exactly necessary, but it's a safe play to make, as Cardbox spends the ult, doesn't quite find the kill.
Sov with the dribble, no energy left, but back to Eternal. They're looking very comfortable on this Night Market map compared to Tycho. They're making use of the center passing lane quite a bit, something that's not available on the bouncy map. Sov advancing once again with the speed. Cardbox keeping it contained though, and a pass to the top side. Killmonk with the hit stun, the top barrier taken methodically, but Cardbox also basically being one-shot, drops back, helps out on the defense just enough. The flow state not quite getting overwhelming without that additional duration though, and the stabilization is there for the scriptwriters for the moment.
That's right, and Cardbox being, oh wow, very well played offense, putting it in the corner and making sure that they can't find a clear outwards there. Notably, as soon as they got that damage on Cardbox, the momentum of the point shifted very, very hard, as he had to fall back for almost the entire rest of the point, and even then, damage was still being layered on him because the scriptwriters picked up both the midfield orb and the enemy team's goalie orb, making sure Octavia didn't have anything to save her own life there.
Yeah, Cardbox now has the speed, has the ult, trying to buy a little bit of space here, but Eternal is playing so well in the midfield. Sov is winning Strike War after Strike War, but Cardbox with a quick strikes, make sure a barrier does not go down. Eternal to the top side, Natty walking up, the flexibility of the Era goalie kicking in here as the NATO finds nothing for the moment. Another barrier taken up close. It's such a monumental task to defend against Nasher as an Era, but a Strike War win right in his face. Killmonk gets forward, finds the hit stun, finds both barriers, and what a play by Natty to get it around. Back to Killmonk, back to Cardbox, but the offensive play does peter out for a moment and Eternal pounces.
That's the kind of play where you think that the scriptwriters are about to take the entire point, but right away, one single breakaway, Killmonk finds a very flashy punch in the redirect there, and this offense could be exactly what they need. Killmonk's building up his flip, Cardbox building up his own. There's going to be 3 flips to get this last point out at the very end here. Finds it, and a pass, not quite a pass, as Eternal covers the lower shot. Sovereign has the ball to work with here, not quite. Spends his own ultimate to make sure Octavia doesn't get anything too scary going on here.
Good wait by Megaverse to make sure the crossfire isn't there, and Eternal goes for the top shot. Sov tries to cover to outflip. The defense is there from both teams, but now Cardbox playing goalie a little bit. Flip available, needs to advance up the field to be a threat, and is doing so here, escorting the core forward, but Space Bot with the Giga Blast, Space Bot with the barrier beam. Cardbox to Killmonk, finds the dash punch, and that's the game tied up here.
Yeah, Killmonk really standing out that set there. Every single point, I think, was because he found some heroic breakaway play there. And that's kind of what you want to have happen when you have Killmonk on your team. That's kind of how you base your team around. This draft is very important. There's a spark of leadership pickup that should go to Natty, because Octavia wants to threaten her own pick, because you want to take that Stagger Swagger away from Octavia. You will not allow it. Instead, Octavia is the one going for the spark of leadership, getting a bit of that agility value over the Super Surge, but that means Era doesn't have too much left to work with. The dash range committing there. Instead, it will be Dubu Goalie going for an Orb Dancer or an Next Edge, or maybe even Siege Machine, picking one of the 3. That's a player play style kind of thing. Notably, though, make sure Sovereign was not early in the draft, and as a result, he was not able to get that 3rd spark. He still has the threat for it, but now so does Cardbox.
Cardbox now KO'd immediately by Sov. Another heads-up play by the brawler of the scriptwriters, trying to make sure that the snowball isn't kept rolling by the Cosmic Pause here. Good path splitter, solo barrier take basically by Sov. But right now, Megaverse has to be careful. The Era goalie is there for the follow-up hits, and the barriers are open for both sides. Killmonk navigating, trying to read Megaverse's movement. Slowly walking up, but a good roll will interrupt the dribbling play. Cardbox, though, buying space with the primary, trying to get to Killmonk once more. Finds it, a pass, a shot to the top side, right past Eternal, and it's a lead for the Cosmic Pause.
Threading the needle, covering the area you didn't even think was open with that the Dubu wall, but Killmonk was able to find it and really mix up Eternal there and play that space very effectively, and he's really taking over the game. All you need is, I guess, Slick Kicks, Big Fish. Maybe just base Juliet Kid is all he needs to take over the lobby. It's all this just the kind of guy he is. I don't know. But he's really looking very fresh in this kind of game.
Cardbox through to Killmonk. Finds the barrier, finds another Strike War, but this time Eternal is ready to cover. Sov, low meter on absolutely everyone except for Natty, and the defense is there for now, but it's looking so shaky in this open net situation for the melee goalie that is Megaverse. Might be large, but still can't cover the entire thing, and now Sov trying to be the hero, gets it forward. Eternal with the barrage follow-up, not quite the angle, but Sov wins a critical Strike War, not enough to get the barrier either, and a big dash punch by Killmonk will bring the lead back to the Cosmic Pause. The possession, the Flame Flurry, a good roll by Mega, and Cardbox will get stuffed out by Sov in the midfield. The respawn about to come up, stalled all the way out. Mega steps up, and Natty extends too far. Big opportunity for Eternal and Sov for the breakaway, unable to find it here as Sov looks for the Strike War win. Killmonk with the flick, but Mega is so large he doesn't even need to read it.
Yeah, able to cover it from just base size alone, and in this overtime, Sovereign can find, but Natty with an insane beam save, clutching up, dribbling it back to himself and clearing it out. The Giga Blast is worth considering, however, it's gone now. Eternal doesn't have much to cut passes with, so that open space is suddenly available. And now Megaverse rotating around, but that roll is a whiff, and that whiff is a goal. Killmonk able to convert that against an Eternal who does not quite have the barrage to even take the 50-50 in the first place.
2-0 now. And a big opportunity for the Cosmic Pause to keep snowballing right. They also do want to stop the the potential final piece of the Spark Snowball from Sov as well. And if that is a possibility, they would like to be the ones to actively deny it and make the next set the last. Killmonk methodically taking one barrier, Eternal with a flip, but a bit of a panicked one immediately countered by the Flame Flurry of Killmonk. Sov, though, gets around everybody, buys space with a flip. Might have been a little bit hasty, though. I feel like he could have gotten the barrier and flipped afterwards, and that might punish them if Cardbox's flip finds value.
It could be nerves. These are both forwards, Flip Scriptwriters, the two players who can get infamously nervous, and playing into 3 NASL players like this, holding your own, could potentially kind of get that in full swing as you kind of start thinking, oh, I'm really winning this, I could win this. That's when those weird, sudden, jittery plays kind of come in. However, Killmonk does have a flip to work out with. This could be exactly what they need to win this set. He does use it a bit early, but it's exactly enough as Megaverse reads a higher up to cover where Eternal is, and Killmonk opens up a lower shot. Open space, finds it, 3-0 in the set.
Yeah, and Cardbox. Kind of the poster child of growth in Omega Strikers, right? Started in OSAS, and Meteoric Rise all the way to NASL. Won an S-tier LAN, all of that. Now has the prime time here. Taking a look at the Awakening draft, no sparks to be seen, but there's a lot of scary KO-oriented Awakenings here.
It does seem like they were all kind of corralled into this spot in the draft. Might of the Colossus Dubu is no small pickup. That's a lot of power and size going to him. 1-2 punch Asher could find a lot of base knockback, and the Adrenaline Rush Kai is almost just a CDR, but again, there were some good pickups for both teams, but I think one thing that you really hate to see if you are Cosmic Pause is the fact that the spark didn't show up when you were first and the other person with 3 sparks was second. You couldn't deny that, and now if the scriptwriters win the set, that's a guaranteed spark for at least one of them, and potentially Sovereign, which could be very threatening. Cardbox almost 1v3 without a figure primary, but not quite enough.
Yeah, it's a little difficult, though, as we're seeing here. The Cosmic Pause seem to have scaled. The Monumentalist NATO almost going Eternal. Good movement to get around it with the additional blazing pace. And Sov in the 1v1 versus Natty. Good ability usage to open up the net, but they have to secure the goals here, and Killmonk has been the most accurate. A Giga Blast combo takes out the brawler of Cosmic Pause, and Eternal with the flip will secure the goal, and maybe a comeback for the scriptwriters.
Yeah, good setup from Sovereign, seeing his midfielder had a run rush and a flip, dribbling it for him to run in and set it up and wait for Natty's strike to come out. Very well played, very good conversions, and again, we're seeing, like we did earlier in the game, if one team gets a kill, the rest of the point is kind of defined by that. These conversions are very good for both teams.
Yeah, they're trying. They're looking. Sov is trying to find a hero play, honestly, and we've seen that a lot of times, but it's Cardbox's consistency in the midfield in getting the core to Killmonk that has been the bane of the scriptwriter so far. A flip by Cardbox just to maintain possession, just to rush the core forward, just to put more pressure, and potentially just like, I guess, agitate the nerves of the scriptwriters in this situation. In the do or die match in Launchpad number 1, of course, 2 more chances, but you don't know if you're going to get all the way this far in the bracket again.
Yeah, and Eternal, I've been noticing with these speed pickups, he's been playing for possession quite well. Finding a good second barrier with Sovereign there with that dash alone, that's all you need. And they're posed to at least take Natty's flip, and at best maybe even find a goal off of it. Killmonk's not quite finding dash punch to reverse that play around. And as a result, the possession is still quite in the favor of the scriptwriters, even if the offense looks a little scary for a moment.
Yeah, Sov just needs one opportunity to outplay Natty here, but right now the barriers are being taken methodically by Cosmic Pause. A big flip, Eternal barraging it forward, and Sov will reinforce it as well. A critical barrage, good timing by the scriptwriters, but they still need to secure this last goal.
Eternal flipping first in that interaction when Natty walked up to do it himself. A very important skill to have, making sure that their goalie can't interrupt your own play. Also stealing his own flip away, but that NATO is enough to kill Megaverse. If the pace that we've been seeing, this could be a barrier into goal before Megaverse even respawns. The flip is forced out for Sovereign, but it's still a kill because the ultimate from Juliet into strike, into dash punch, is enough to kill. It's a prolonged power play with an open net here. Eternal needs to hold this down if he can, and it's looking like he's kind of able to do it.
Yeah, good defense for the moment, but watch out for the NATO. Zone Sov away, but thankfully not a KO for the scriptwriters, and going down Sovereign right now in position to make a play once more, but this pass splitter better have a lot of value.
Oh!
Speaking of value, though, dash punch and a flip. They're trying to save this one from Cardbox, just rotating around Megaverse. And suddenly, the tone of this set has turned completely around.
A very, very threatening offense for the scriptwriters, but it was demolished immediately, both by a Juliet dash punch and a raw flip knockback kill from Killmonk and Killmonk and Natty, respectively, at the exact same time, completely reversing the play around, guaranteeing the point for them. And if you're those scriptwriters, you kind of want to ignore that and move on, but it's hard to when right away you lose that second barrier yet again.
Sovereign looking for an opportunity, but it might not present itself when Killmonk is in position once again. Going for the bounce play, but Sov is ready for that moment here. But the rebound is caught immediately. Cardbox speeding across the map. Eternal low out of the play entirely as Killmonk's lining up. The NATO lining up. Megaverse in an impossible defense, but it's possible because Eternal's back on the top side of the map. Sovereign buying space, open space found by the Asher up to the top side. A perfect lob by Sov, but unable to find the barrier. No resources available. The Giga Blast will keep the possession forward. Sov with the Strike War win finds it right through, and this could be the opportunity, but they need to nullify Killmonk in this critical moment. Sov finds the dash, finds the hit stun, and gets past Natty for the goal.
It's a set 5. This is a spark coming in too. If Sov is the MVP in the set, it is Eternal. However, Eternal does also have that spark of agility. It won't quite scale perfectly, but you still need to take it. As Kai, Spark of Focus and Agility 2 sparks is not weak. It is also a forced move because Cardbox has that Spark of Leadership. It's guaranteed. Peak performance is but Eternal goes for the twin drive. That's not even your second pick. That would be peak performance. This could be really dangerous all of a sudden with Octavia getting that 3 sparks, one of them being agility, and the quick strikes. Things could get really, really awkward. Octavia's very fast now. However, one thing that's worth noting is Sovereign, as a result of that Spark of Focus being picked up by Cardbox, did get that peak performance pickup, so he's about as fast even despite that, and he's also got that stagger to work with. It's not a bad draft, even if it was imperfect. We'll have to see how it plays out from just the raw gameplay from these players alone.
Yeah, but after the draft, all I have to think of is that, wow, Cosmic Paws got away with like a lot of good picks there, and that's not what I should be feeling, right? In a draft where it kind of felt like do or die for the scriptwriters. It's a little scary for them, I think, as Killmonk is playing so confidently. The health bar of Eternal is constantly low, and Cardbox, of course, so many base stats to work with on this Octavia character. The primary's there just in time, and 2 goals away from qualification.
That's right. This is a bit of a knell here with Killmonk's bulk up, a lot more kill presence for him. He's already been finding so many dash punches from raw knockback alone. Heavy impact and bulk up will tack onto that very hard. 3 flips coming in here. The glass cannon on the goalie covers all the space so effectively. It's honestly looking unwinnable for the scriptwriters all of a sudden off that one draft alone. However, the kill is found for Cosmic Paws, and even if they do get a breakaway possession, it's not enough as Natty wins a crucial strike war, and Killmonk is able to follow through.
Yeah, I was hoping a little there because Sov did find like a small breakaway on the top side, but it just wasn't enough possession to threaten the second barrier there. Sov, though, wait a second. Sov, wait, with a barrage from Eternal, this is how they can still win. They find the pass, they find the Giga Blast, and Sov is looking for a Strike War win here. The terrain stays up for just long enough. It's not quite yet, but Eternal is just carrying the core around and around. Killmonk, the dash punch dodged away from by Sov. And suddenly, the scriptwriters are alive here. The forward duo has got to make some magic happen. And speaking of magic, there's a KO on Box. Sov now dribbling it forward, but the NATO says no. Eternal, Giga Blast available, not quite able to get it around the goalie here. And they're a little bit too forward, but it works out because they got an Asher. They find the Strike War wins. They find the goal. And it doesn't feel too out of reach anymore.
All they need is 2 more miracles, and 2 is not too much to ask for. It only has to happen twice. If they can find some kind of knockback kill, if they can find some miracle saves. However, going for the roll instead of the flip is not what Megaverse wants, but the kill onto Natty. Eternal is very low, and in a wall, he will get traded away by Killmonk there. Doesn't find a way out of the wall jail in time with that extra range on the Dubu. And the play will kind of slow down as Killmonk has the flip to work with here. Still very scary and dangerous. Not enough, though, as he doesn't strike as Sovereign stuffs it out. The dash punch is enough, though, again, as Killmonk is finding too many of these for scriptwriters to be able to find an out in this game.
Oh, and Megaverse almost dies, has to burn the flip incredibly low now. KOable. Cardbox has that extra flip resource. A backwards wall. Will it be enough? It's a play from another era and stalls out for the moment, but another power play. It's never ending, and the NATO comes through, but Saw finds a crazy strike. One barrier down. 3 seconds left. The pass splitter to stall even longer. It gets around the barrier beam to log everything. They somehow hold for the respawn, but Killmonk KOs the goalie, and now it's so doomed. Down to the bottom side. They don't make it happen. The defense is there. Saw wins the strike core.
What's happening?
Okay.
All it takes randomly is a punch from Julie at the end. What was happening there? That was the most insane point I've ever seen in my life. If the Scripters won that game, that would have been the best game of all time, maybe, or what? Anyone agree?
That was crazy.
Oh my God. Even if it just went to a 0.5. What a game.
You know, sometimes in games, like, there's hope and then there's no hope, but in that game, there was hope until the last moment.
Yeah. It felt like there was no hope at that start of the set 5. It really felt doomed. But all of a sudden, they won that 3rd point. They took that 4th point to what we just saw. It really felt like they could have done it, and it was not off the table. It was possible. But the layering kills from Galactic Pause, Cosmic Pause, was enough as they kind of played with possession for almost 40 seconds straight before eventually finding the goal.
Yeah, and the scriptwriters in a very good spot, I think. Of course, not making it sucks, but they're definitely going to be one of the favorites heading into future launch pads. But Cosmic Pause, despite losing incredibly early, they have made the losers bracket run, and they will be in liftoff. And with that, there's only one match remaining, right? When in Rome versus MF Doom. Any last words, especially regarding MF Doom before we head to break?
Well, MF Doom has been going on quite the loser bracket run, right? They lost their first round, I believe. I could be wrong, but if that's true, they have been in a similar vein to Cosmic Pause. Having a bit of a losers bracket miracle run of their lives here, and that means they have some solid momentum going in, and they do seem like very momentum-based players. Very flashy and very kind of sudden, volatile players. And that's the exact kind of overall tournament macro pace you need to make that playstyle really pop in the moment it matters.
Right, and with that, don't go anywhere. One last best of one to determine the last team going to lift off from this particular tournament. So we'll see you soon.
Awesome.
Hello, everyone. This is Launchpad here. We have the final match: MF Doom versus When in Rome. It was a crazy bracket today. What do you think, Pato?
It has been an absolutely crazy bracket, I will say. I think this is Social Fox's first Launchpad, and he's all the way in the losers quarterfinals. And on the other hand, we have Spartan Coin Flowers, who are absolute beasts, and they're going to be the When in Rome team. And only one can go. This is a best of one. Only one can qualify for liftoff, and it's going to happen on Night Market. And we have Orb Dancer and a Demolitionist Awakening. So how do you feel about that, Big Tilt?
I'm more looking at the IME pick from Social Fox. I'm surprised they didn't ban it though. When in Rome decided to go with the Dubu ban. Surprisingly, I guess Jack Limestone could play the Dubu, but I feel like this is the perfect opportunity. This is a qualifier for liftoff. Last match of the day. This is the time to shine for Social Fox on the IME pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Social Fox's IME ban, I think, is a little bit of a trap, because it used to be that Social Fox was a IME one trick, right? Everybody was like, okay, Social Fox is an IME, and it's true, he's a lot more comfortable on the IME, but it's incorrect that Social Fox is going to be significantly weakened if he can't play IME. So if you're playing against a NASA team, you're not going to say like, oh, this guy's like a one trick, right? If you're playing against good players, you're not going to try and ban out one character just because they're good. And I think Social Fox's IME is at that level, is that the other character's level is just as strong. But you see that Cyber Swipe just so on dot, and Spartan can't react to that because he has no strike shot.
Yeah, if you want to be like a complete player in these kinds of launchpad, liftoff, landing kind of situations, you gotta have a diverse character pool. Like if they ban your supposedly one trick, you have to be able to, oh, okay, I'm not gonna flail around the situation. I gotta show that I am compatible with my team with different picks, and I feel like everything here is lined up together for MF Doom to succeed here.
Yeah, I think it's a great start. It's a side start on Kazan Rasmus, but that being said, I do think that if anyone can beat them right now, it is Flowers and Coin and Spartan here. When in Rome has been on a tear around the bracket, and they've only been knocked into the loser side so close to the end, and they've been terrorizing the loser side, knocking out Overzealous, knocking out Final Destination, who are very, very strong players in the brackets themselves. So MF Doom, they're almost here. They're almost at a very impressive, Social Fox is at an almost very impressive record here, I think. But it's going to take a little bit more for them. They need one more win to qualify for liftoff here. So we actually see Jack Limestone using the core flip here, gets core around, but Social Fox is just getting beat down. Same thing can be said for Angel Tears. The Kazan so low, so juicy. Does get the evade though, and gets some damage on Coin. Spartan immediately heals him back up, and the Night Market gates are up, taken by Flowers, and a great expanse from Spartan, even using the core flip, but Angel Tears, the hook, lasts a little bit longer than the Atlas might have thought. And now Angel Tears is getting poked down, but what matters is whether your core gets into the net. And right now, the only team with the net open behind their backs is When in Rome.
Coin using the X Maximus to secure the kill on the Angel Tears, and now it's a power play for When in Rome. And I'm liking to see the possession play from Social Fox, doing whatever they can, burning every single ability to make sure that the last barrier for MF Doom does not get taken. The flip is going to come up here. They try to play for it, but unfortunately it gets expended by Social Fox. And it's a bit of a neutral state here. We're trying to get the ball up, trying to figure out what to do in this open net. And now it confirms, oh my gosh, the red core speed from the IME glitch pop onto the top side. And I mean, I think they should have mined the IME here. It's showing its prowess.
Yeah, it's a scary IME for sure, but I do think we have to stop the momentum. I think When in Rome has been doing a good job of piling on damage, and I think it's once Coin gets scary, once Coin starts scaling up again, it might be really tough composition to deal with, even with the IME Kazan Rasmus here. But for now though, Coin is dashing in with the core flip. He did use Bull Rush. I think he has a Bell Ringer up, as well as potentially an X Maximus. Dodges the glitch pop, but Angel Tears is keeping the core in the midfield, using the X Maximus, popping, making Social Fox pop the elusive, but still Jack Limestone doing a wonderful defense as Spartan trying to buy some time for Flowers to get back and do and give more space. And Social Fox rotating around with the Night Market gates. That expanse is just going to stop that offense in the tracks. And wonderful reaction to the glitch bot from Flowers, but still the offense continues for MF Doom.
want to talk about the interesting position that Jack Limestone's playing here. He's playing goalie. I mostly know him as a midfield player, and I think they decided to do the role swap at the end of Season 6. So I'm really interested to see that they look really comfortable on this Rasmus, even though I think I saw them play Era in one game against, I think it was Final Destination. But I trust that Jack Limestone is playing really well with Social Fox. They have the synergy down. Oh.
Yeah, I mean,
I
Jack Limestone
discursed-
seems comfortable. I mean, yeah, you can't say.
I discursed them.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. They're up 2-1, right? They need more of your cursing, I guess. But yeah, like you said, Jack Limestone is very comfortable on the goalie role, even though more people might still associate him with a midfield with Estelle, I think even. But yeah, I think I think he's been working really well with Social Fox, and the records prove it, right? They're all the way here at the losers quarter final, and they're just one win away from qualifying on liftoff on week 1. So going X Maximusing up and bull rushing in, but unfortunately held by Jack Limestone, and Spartan having to use his astral projection to go around. The Night Market gates aren't quite up yet, but Angel Tears making Flowers burn to core flip. Flowers having to rotate around, but Coin wasn't quite there yet. And now with the turret coming up, it's more offense coming up from MF Doom.
It's looking good here for when they have the possession. Trying to just figure out how to get through this Rasmus goalie, because you have to play a certain way against Rasmus goalie. If you play the 1v1, all the Rasmus is going to do is just primary, and you really can't do anything as the brawler. So it's kind of up to Flowers to really just help. Oh my gosh, they almost through. That was a really risky. I guess I can't speak.
1v1 and 1v1.
Yeah, because I was talking about how you have to play against Rasmus, but the Rasmus goalie just kind of flails around and they loses their mind. I mean, that's the win out scenario for one in Rome.
Yeah, I mean, hey, everybody's human, right? So you can make mistakes, and that just happens to be Jack Limestone's. And but overall, right, Jack Limestone's still playing very well. But tell us more about how Flower should be playing around the Rasmus here with the X.
Well, if he's positioned a certain way, like when you position behind your brawler when you're playing against like the pendulum swing, you instantly get the possession back, because you want, as the Rasmus, you don't want the brawler to have any interaction with the core, right? Because you're smacking the ball away from them. And if you position in a way where you stand after the pendulum swing hits, and you just recover the ball instantly, and it's basically them just wasting a cooldown. So that's basically how you would play against Rasmus goalie. You just have to play together with your teammate. That's just the underlining moment.
I see. Right now, Coin and Flower is both looking very low. Coin was holding on to that core flip for dear life, but unfortunately he's going to die before he can use it. He's going to be back in 7 seconds, but Spartan does wait out the glitch pop from Social Fox before he core flips and passes the core along, and now power play is thwarted here, and Coin is back, and he can be back with a vengeance because Social Fox is looking a little low potentially. A few more they should do it, but Spartan, unfortunately, the core slips right by him, and this ever important first set we see MF Doom take
This is basically just a game of millimeters. Like, that was barely not a save from Spartan. The last 2 points from Jack Limestone were kind of mishaps, but they were just inches off of saving it. But this draft here, Aerial's pick up from the IME. I was surprised they didn't take Super Search here.
Probably denied Estelle, I think, with the projectile range. But Rasmus gets the size, right? That's pretty good.
Yeah, you take Quick Strikes here as the X. That's good enough. And then this draft here for both teams seemed pretty well, but I would lean towards MF Doom winning this draft here.
Let's see. How do you feel about the spec trading onto Angel Tears here?
I
mean, he didn't have much other toys. Was it good?
It's pretty good on I almost said Rasmus and Kazan, because all the secondary stuff like the pop-up, the open top spin primary, that's all stuff you can proc with your special. So it lends a lot to the damage department as well as the KO potential.
Nice. Thank you. Angel Tears trying to do the Kazan hook, but unfortunately misses. The pendulum swing does go through. Flowers wasn't there in position quite yet, still recovering from the defense. But Jack Limestone taking a lot of time, buying some time for Angel Tears to come back, make the triangle of trust between the teammates there. And now it's offense time for MF Doom, but Social Fox is taking a lot of damage, has to pop and evade, and the orb is taken. But this does mean they have a 2v2 chance until Coin comes back. Night Market Gate is taken by Social Fox, and Jack Limestone coming in to fill in the gap, and Social Fox is going to be able to retreat and they're able to get a barrier on top of that. So wonderful play from MF Doom. They do have momentum, but that core is slipping through. But Social Fox, great cyber swipe backwards, and they managed to save the goal. The point continues. Coin X Maximusing, but unfortunately the size not quite there to reach the core. And great pendulum swing from Jack Limestone does clear the core. Coming back to the midfield now, Social Fox dribbling for Angel Tears to set up with the Kazan, and it looks like Angel Tears does not get his hands on it. Spartan, great right click here, but the core is coming around to Jack Limestone, and as Angel Tears gets the core flip, Spartan saves even that with the expanse, and truly both teams are playing out of their minds right now.
They're looking good on the neutral stage. Coin trying to keep the ball up. A good strike or win. Has the flip coming up. Trying to get this checkmate scenario. Flowers all you do, they just set up Coin. They can score. But on the defense here, Spartan with the flip, with the Ash projection. Oh my gosh, everyone's flailing around. Coin's gonna die.
I mean, both teams have had a long day, right? They had to play like 5 to 7 games each, I believe, and this is the final one. So I can't blame them for wanting to just get anything they can really touch. So again, great glitch pot wait out from Spartan, as well as a great strike shot. Coin does lose that Night Market gate fight with Social Fox, though. That means the offense is cut short, and a great clear from Spartan. Turret is down, though. Flowers is taking it with her body, but Angel Tears gets the core that slips through, and now momentum starting to mount for MF Doom here.
Back to the point of playing these long kind of like games, like this is what you need to be as a team in these qualifier situations, whether it be like even like OSAS, ISS. You play these long like series where you have to play Omega Strikers for basically 4 hours, and this is where your team really needs to shine. Like if you can't do this like long, like these what do you call it, these Iron Man matches. Yeah, marathons, yes. I was trying to find a word for it. Like these long distance matches where you have to play against high caliber teams. Like every team in Launchpad has skill, and you can't take that away from anyone. So it's gonna be test your might, test your skill, and test your mental fortitude.
Yeah, and Angel Tears right now is breaking down the doors of Spartan, and as the core flip, and even though Angel Tears just used the core flip, the energy economy is still in favor of MF Doom as they look to secure their second set victory.
I think it all boils down to that Angel Tears is getting way more chances and more success due to part of Social Fox just getting the ball consistently. And like this, in this corner offense scenario, they're just picking the spots so well, and they take both barriers, and now they have all the confidence in the will to really just make the most of it. The pendulum swing, the death touch hook. Oh my gosh, the cat is dead.
The cat was dead, but Jack Limestone had the core flip, and they believed in him getting the core, just walking up aggressively. I mean, if it backfires right, then it's you get flamed, but hey, it worked out, so now you look like a genius, and you get MVP for that set.
Yeah, never punished. And now, look in this draft. Hot shot, twin drive, glass cannon, a lot of pick of the litter for the Rasmus here. They might try to double deny the Atlas, because that's basically the winning condition here for one in Rome. It looks like that the hot shot, the twin drive is out, and Atlas probably will take Timeless or Glass, or Missile Prop. But they're trying to wait. Yeah, then X is probably left with Glass Cannon here. Yeah, this draft is perfectly fine, but it kind of sucks that you kind of forced 2 of your picks for MF Doom to take 2 Awakenings that would benefit the Atlas, but did he still work on these characters, so no harm done.
Yeah, I mean, hot shot's great, and then twin drive on Kazan is also pretty great, I would think.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, so right now we see Flowers just trying to Q-angle Angel Tears off the map, but right now it looks like Coin is the one who had to deal with the short end of the stick. Spartan does buy great time for Coin to recover with his expanse, but Angel Tears just trying to pop up, top spin, just maddening descent, anything to get Coin off the field. But Coin does survive for now, gets the Night Market gate and retreats, but Jack Limestone is also a pretty strong goalie against your brawler, so it's looking really scary. Social Fox also has a core flip in this trying time, and they get the double barrier without even expending one, and they save the flip and get the goal. This has been absolutely wonderful for MF Doom so far.
They punished Flowers' missed dribble there. That was kind of greedy. And they have no strike. Spartan probably wasn't expecting that to be right in front of the barrier. And Social Fox didn't even need to use the flip. They used the cooldown. They used the glitch pile just to get the double barrier. And it really lends them to just knowing their character and knowing, okay, I can trust myself to make this play, get this double barrier, and now take control of this whole entire game.
Yeah, Flowers keeps trying to find the Q angles, and it's working out. Like, she's landing the combos, but unfortunately Estelle's a little too lacking right now in the pushback department to do anything meaningful with it. And unfortunately, that means Angel Tear just gets the core and slaps it through. And yeah, it's match point already for MF Doom, and they're running away with it now.
Very clean play. I think Flowers is hyper focusing on these kill confirms, and they're kind of disregarding like the defense because they got double buried like twice. So maybe they tighten up a bit. Maybe this is how they come back, but it's looking pretty dire for When in Rome. Looking a bit flustered here, but they do have a win condition trying to kill this Angel Tears, this Kazan. And oh, good strike over from Jack Limestone, but I think they're gonna get reversal the edge. Angel Tears is gonna make some magic happen, and they're gonna get it done.
Yeah, I mean, Angel Tear is looking really low, but MF Doom has kept such a good offense up with Social Fox here that Flowers and Coin can't really expend all their resources, but Jack Limestone actually getting caught out, and Flowers clearing the core with a core flip. Social Fox also has a core flip though, and they could technically get Coin out of the field if they find an angle for it. But right now, Social Fox also brought down low, and the second barrier goes down. A very good power play here coming out for When in Rome, and this is exactly the type of thing they need, but it's match point, and Social Fox just used the core flip. A top spin doesn't come out though, and pop-up doesn't come out in time though, and while it does look like it's the point for When in Rome to potentially win here, Jack Limestone rotating up to Social Fox, but that proves to be a trap, and Social Fox is taken off the field. X Maximus though, won by Jack Limestone, and now Angel Tears has a core flip to stall things out even more. A great hook from Jack Limestone, an astral projection into Coin, and that's exactly what they needed. When in Rome put themselves back on the board.
Yeah, they played really well against that Kazan flip. It was pretty scary in an open net. They didn't pass to him. And Missile Pop doing due diligence, doing its job. You just throw a big hitbox across the screen and then push the ball up for your midfielder to connect to the ball, to the core, to... Oh my gosh, they got reversaled. Watch out, they're dead. Estella's dead. Power play coming in for MF Doom, and this is basically it. The Pendulum Swing does not connect. They're playing really aggressive here, but watch out to be reversal. They might reversal from Coin. They're pretty low on the stagger, and they almost just died from that maddening descent from the Kazan.
Yeah, Jack Limestone feeling confident using the flip there, even though Spartan was there. Unfortunately, the Celestial Intervention didn't connect in time, so a great rotate around from Spartan, and the glitch pop off angle slightly does buy enough time for Coin to get back into it. And Coin is a potentially scary X. He has Quick Strike, he has Glass if he is left untouched, and right now he's just stacking up on the bottom, all too happy to let his Glass continue proccing. But it does mean that Spartan and Flowers have to get the core to them. If Expanse comes out too late, Social Fox gets the core open. This is match point once again for MF Doom, and this could be their liftoff point. Flowers is looking really low, and Flowers goes down. MF Doom's power play here.
No strike shot! No strike shot!
No strike shot!
Oh my god!
But Angel Tears has passed back to Social Fox, and now Spartan is here. He should have cooldowns back soon, and now Flowers is back, and they hold the power play. And great Rose Ward from Flowers means that the play continues, even with the turret coming down. Coin is tanking it with his life, as if his liftoff life depends on it, which it does. Wins the Night Market Gate against Social Fox, comes in with the Bell Ringer and makes space. We're going to point 5 here.
No strike shot from the Atlas. Angel 2 is basically a checkmate on the goal. Maybe they thought the astral projection would probably save the ball, but you just gotta take the shot there. It's not match, but it's set point for either team. It's looking for the momentum here for When in Rome. It's looking pretty good for them, but they need to calm the storm, which is Social Fox Angel Tears duo with the double flip, looking to secure the second barrier flip use, but the unfortunate balance does not lend them to the success of MF Doom's squad. It's looking really good here for When in Rome. X Maximus double barrier taken, Coins taking it over, but Angel Tears takes out. Their style, Flowers is out. The flip is still on Spartan and Angel Tears. The 1v1, the Brawler goalie duo. Both flips are expended. Strike shot saves the ball. Good strike placement from Coin. Does not lend itself to get the goal though. But the flip does not kill. Oh my gosh, there's so much madness happening here, Pato.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy how much Spartan was playing on the line there, but they are rewarded with a Social Fox kill and a power play, and Flowers is just trying to catch up here. X Maximus is still up, Spartan's coming in from the top side, Astral Projection is out, and a nice Rose Warp re-angles, and Coin is here, he's dribbling, but Social Fox is back, and Jack Limestone and Social Fox do manage to clear the turret, gets the top side, core is rotated down, and Coin is out without a evade here, and he's getting chunked down by Jack Limestone every time he does it. He dodges the Pendulum Sweep, swing, which is really nice. And Spartan is almost at another core flip here as Angel Tears also looking very low. So both brawlers looking low, midfielders have energy, and Flowers just looking for a cheeky snipe. But Spartan still has a barrier up. He's been holding on to this for dear life. It has been working out so far. Amazing plays for When in Rome. They seriously want to qualify right here, right now. But they still have a mountain to climb. And there we go. Angel Tears going out. Great glitch pop read from Social Fox. The Flowers has a core flip. And there we go. And Coin gets the X Maximus through Jack Limestone as well, and that's exactly what When in Rome needed. But oh my gosh, Big Till, it looks like such an uphill battle from here.
Yeah, they get the X, the first pick here, but this draft is looking, it looks to be okay. You could say like the 1-2, the Ad Rush, or you're trying to play for KOs. But they take
Might is up for Rasmus. Rasmus has 2 sides already.
Yeah, they're just letting them have it. Let's probably take Manu here on 1-2. Oh, okay, they just... I mean, if you're gonna play like that, have the Might Colossus be on the X and the extra special be on the Atlas, but hey, I'm not on the field, I'm just a commentator, so what do I know?
Yeah, that seemed a little strange. I guess they were wary. They did not want extra special falling to either the Rasmus or the Kazan because, or they just really value Coin having X Maximus there, I guess. But yeah, looking a little rough. Spartan not getting the second spark there as well, having to deny Might of Colossus. Coin already falling very low, but they do have a barrier advantage for now, and slight miscoordination between Angel Tears and Social Fox, but no matter, Coin does go down. And now the core just being stalled as much as possible. Flowers is okay with letting the core just slowly move forward like that, as long as it means Coin comes back soon. And oh my goodness, Jack Limestone to whiplash speed just enough, but that was looking dangerous for a little bit. Second barrier almost going down. And Social Fox, nice cyber swipe in. Social Fox with the core flip as well. So people have to watch out for a cyber pop combo right now. On Coin, for example, does evade in time though, but Social Fox also did hold their core flip just to make sure. And oh my goodness, the core's moving so fast and it's not even overtime yet.
I mean, imagine if the Atlas had extra special here instead of Might Colossus. They could at least try to help Coin a bit more, but they really, Coin try to expose the kill there with the speed gate with the X Maximus primary. But it's looking pretty bad for When in Rome. The barrier is falling down for them. Jack Limestone, Social Fox, Angel Tears pushing up together. But oh, we just strike it right at the Atlas. But they're just standing there. They're just standing there menacingly. They're just playing. They're just trying to stall out stuff, they're trying to feel it out. And oh my, what is happening, Vado?
Spartan just made some crazy sequence of saves together with Coin and Flowers, and I mean, my goodness, this Atlas is a beast, and Angel Tears has to use the core flip to finally secure the point. And that's every point is a good point, but Spartan really made them fight for it.
A lot of flailing. I mean, I guess Spartan didn't expect the insta flip strike from Angel Tears. I mean, maybe they respected them. They thought they were going to wait a bit, but in this scenario, you should have no respect for your opponent. You have to disrespect them as much as possible because you don't care about them. You want to win. You want to kill them. You want to do those dash punch combos. Yeah, and get the kill. And this is what Flowers has been looking for this whole entire game, just trying to find these kills, these power plays. But, I mean, the power play didn't really achieve anything here.
Yeah, Flowers really wanted that Night Market Gate, and the core just lightly backing off time and time again, making it so that she couldn't get it. That was actually really infuriating to watch, I guess. But yeah, they do lose the power play, but they finally do get the barrier, so the barrier count is equalizing. Coin with the nice dribbles, and the bell ringer. Flowers looking for another snipe from downtown. Unfortunately, it isn't going to happen quite yet, but this is a lot of damage that we're seeing onto the Kazan. Does use that dodge symbol now, so Angel Tears is going to be staggered, only has the elusive up, but the X Maximus, nice dodge.
X-Ox, never do that. That character is buns at trying to kill people. Never again. Oh, we're losing the Ivy Terry in the big 2-5. Help! Help!
I mean, Spartan held wonderfully, but unfortunately that Ivy turret, yeah, the angle was slightly off, and now the damage has turned on its heels, and Coin is the one being taken out. Flowers is the one being taken out, and now Angel Tear slightly misses it on the back pass, but there we go. Oh, Spartan holds for a little bit, and there we go. Social Fox gets the kill and the goal, and now we're at match point for MF Doom.
That's gotta hurt for When in Rome. I mean, all three of you just die. I mean, we try to save the flag. Honestly, I think it was better just to let the Okay, we didn't account for the IME dash range glitch pop combo, and it's probably it's over. It's definitely now. It's over.
Jack Limestone has to down pass, and there we go.
Congratulations to MF Doom for securing the spot and liftoff. Well played from them. Unfortunately for When in Rome, they could not get it done. They were in winner side semis for qualifiers as well, right? I assume. They played against Pantheon, I think.
Yeah, they played against Pantheon, so they were 1 game away twice.
In both
so they were
scenarios.
so close both times, yeah. So it's really unfortunate, but that's how things are sometimes, right? Like you win some, you lose some, and I mean they made such a great showing today when in Rome that I'm sure that they can qualify in the coming weeks. But right now, the star of the show is MF Doom, who do show a very convincing display, honestly. And they're clear for liftoff. So amazing plays coming out from Jack Limestone, Social Fox, and Angel Tears, and 8 kills on this Kazan. I mean, how do you feel about the general game flow here, Big Tilt?
I think in terms of just overall team play, MF Doom was clearly the better team in that regard. They set up corner, they played in the corner pretty well, and they just layered their abilities. Social Fox just I still don't understand the thought process of not banning Social Fox's Imi, even if you think their picks are like still relevant, I think you still have to ban this character against Social Fox because they can pilot it so well, and they have that clutch factor where you don't realize it, but you take your foot off the pedal and you get dash punched by Imi full screen, and like that's on you. Like if you let Ivy just get away with that, with not recognizing it, it's really hard for the other team to just come back in that scenario after just those momentum shifts that Social Fox can do for MF Doom. Congrats it's to their prowess. They're very good at that, and it's gonna take a lot of effort for other teams to take this team down.
Yeah, looks good. And congratulations once again to MF Doom and Launchpad 1, week 1. We end here. And that's going to be it for us today. Thank you, Big Tilt. And it's been Pato and Big Tilt. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.